It is time. I've been synchronizing that with the music like a few times now. Not on purpose. That time was on purpose. The other times I was like, hey, it's actually close to that moment where music changes. Okay. Let me turn that down. And then I need to get this done. Okay. So each chain part will have this. And now I sort of need the entry point into physical skeleton from the ready method of crawler character. I might still use distance constraints for the ends of the legs. Maybe not. And I would like to have a button on crawler character that I can construct this physical skeleton from. Yeah, because I think it's still going to be, well, let me consider this. I think it's going to be all right. If resources are what they will be, one thing that I would like is if a resource in this list changes, the physical skeleton can pass that back to whatever callback function exists. How do I export a callable? I don't think I do. I think exporting I think exporting a function is how you make a button. Let me just try it. Let me see what that looks like. Go to the top. Export. Bar, of course. What does it look like if I do that? So it would be a button, but then there's nothing to interact with, so useless. Let me go ahead and start with. Let me organize this stuff up into regions here, because I would actually really like to have those. All right. IK parameters. Q update IK settings. Goes into here. I should probably. Yeah, I should. This will do update IK settings called deferred. And this is pat. Okay, so this is already... It's already running in there. Okay. So it's already happening. Good. All right. So what exactly calls into here? The legs are going to be responsible for doing all the setup. Yes, it should be the legs. And I think what I want to do is copy collision mask to casters. This is probably wrong. I think it should probably go the other way around, where the leg is deciding that it's shaped cast. Well, actually, I happen to know that this is now a parameter. So step parameters, step cast. Got a mistake there. What's like... These are crawler leg settings. This is just supposed to be step cast collision mask. And it's not even used yet, so... Okay. Alright, so that's in there. Collision mask. Yeah, those should be like that. I will just drop that for now. They have to be given a body and an index, and then I think at this point I could say I can tell them that they can start setting up. Yeah, they would have to run now. So well, this is more going to be a function on physical skeleton that's supposed to happen. So physical skeleton will run. But I think I do still want to fit with making it so IK or just like non-physics and physics are toggleable here. Just so that I can see what's happening. Like, see a comparison between the two and hopefully see that when I turn on physics, there's not like a significant change in how it is able to move. How would I do that? How do I... Where's the entry point? Okay, so here's another thing. I need it so that if I do the IK, when I turn off physics, the red stuff goes away. The red parts of light go away, but then I'm still left with that ghost. How can I make it so that this ghost is just always there? In fact, how can I make it so the ghost is just created? Because I don't really need it to match. I don't need to have each of these meshes like this. Really what I would do is I just give a material. I just give a material and I say, hey, here's what you use to visualize exactly what the skeleton is doing. Right? Here's that material. But who gets that? I think probably crawler character is given that. And that only needs to be created at runtime. That doesn't need to be here. Because, I mean, just a big issue that I have is all these attachments that exist. These bodies that exist. I don't really like any of them. I would prefer that these just did not exist. Okay, let me say that a different way. I would prefer these don't exist here, but when I run the game, then they appear. Mainly just the bodies. So... Oh, actually... Yeah, I want to watch something. So... Not that, though. This. There was... I don't know if it's going to be any good. I did not even watch any amount of it. But you know, like, seeing other people's ideas is usually helpful. At the very least, you can, if I think that something in here is terrible, I would just say like, all right, well, I know that that's bad, so I won't do that. Okay. So apparently, I haven't looked at comments yet. Okay. I just want to watch this, see if there's anything to learn.
When you start your first Godot project, it's probably just a single screen. Then that screen turns into a room, that room turns into a level, and then suddenly, where does the main menu go? What about the HUD? Should the level create the player? Who handles the pausing? How do scenes change? One of the most important things you can do for your project is set up a solid foundation before it starts growing in every direction. I spent a decade programming software for the aerospace industry, and now I make games.
Okay, wait a second. No, I've seen this guy's videos before. I've seen this exact thing before. What have I seen then? That's shorts. I want videos. I watched this one from 3 months ago. That's the one that I watched. Okay. Also, he's done 4 videos and 2 of them are the exact same length. What are the odds of that happening? I'm sure it's not intentional. Half of his videos are the exact same length. Okay.
I don't claim to
There's
know
only 4 of them.
everything, but I have learned the hard way what happens when you code first and plan later. This video is the start of a series where we build towards a full vertical slice of a game, covering the vital setup steps, major systems, reusable components, and most importantly, the thought process behind each design decision. By the end, we'll have more than a working demo. We'll understand how it works, why it works, and have the confidence to continue growing the game from there. This is the prototype of the general theme I'd like to aim for. Top-down pixel art with lighting, subtle shaders, and eventually a UI, pause menu, debug menu, and actual gameplay systems. But if the project underneath this is just one level scene with everything shoved inside, then every new feature makes the whole thing harder to change.
There's gotta be like... I don't know. When I see pixel games, I just want to see the pixels line up and move as pixels on the screen. I don't... as the size of the pixels that they are. Like, you can even still have, like, aliasing there where you have a shader that just sits on top of the whole thing and just reads the pixel value underneath. So you can still slide things smoothly, but pixels stay fixed on the screen.
So in this
Pixel
video,
boundaries
we're going
stay
through the
where they
setup
are.
steps and building the structure underneath it, a foundation that can support the entire game. First up is probably the most impactful decision that needs to be made. And I'm hoping you all can help me with this one. We need to decide what kind of game we're going to make. I know, real groundbreaking stuff, but we should really know at the start if we're building an online PvP, EVP,
I'm just gonna-
MMO with crafting and looting, a top-down RPG, or a side-scroller.
Just a
All
little
joking
bit.
aside, this does change how we reason about the project. So let me know in the comments what direction you'd like to see this game go in. A more traditional RPG or something more action-based. It's all up to you guys, but within reason, we're not doing an MMO, okay? Let's not get crazy. So where were we? Oh, I've also opened up a Discord for anyone following the series or just interested in discussing Godot architecture. Check out the link below if you'd like to join. The next important step is to determine an art style. For this series, I'm aiming for a top-down pixel art game with some modern touches, lighting.
I'm gonna say no. No. I think this is definitely like a mistake that a lot of people trying to make a game make. They obviously know what game they want to make, and then they want to know how it looks as a final product immediately. I think it only matters if you also have a very restrictive visual result that you want. I wouldn't say, oh, I want a pixel art game. I would say, I want a distinguishing aspect of the game to be that the pixel boundaries are fixed, is what I would say. So I would say, all right, let me make sure that my system is in place for that to be possible, so that that like very important graphical quality of the game is maintained immediately. But I would say systems. I have an idea for the game. I have a general plan for the story. I don't know what it's going to look like, but I know what the gameplay is going to be. And now I'm working on systems. I have not even considered anything about the visual quality of the game. In fact, I'm deliberately leaving that for later because I know that I can pick that anytime. And that's a really easy thing to change. It doesn't, the visual style does not depend on what the game is at all. I'll say the only exceptions are if you have particularly restrictive things that you're doing at the start. Like if I'm making a game and I say I want there to be 2 colors, a bright color and a dark color, and that is the entire, like that is a super restrictive thing about the game, that pretty much determines how you can set up gameplay. Because you should make sure any gameplay element you come up with has to be possible to represent in just a light and a dark color. And I think this is where a lot of games immediately just kind of go sideways, because they don't even make any game first. They say, oh, I want this to be the game, and then they get straight into the art, and then they just kind of forget that they're making a game. And then we're just trying to like make an interactive, I don't know, like as far as systems go, they might not even get to having a character controller. Like I would honestly kind of not really be too surprised if this guy can actually just walk off the platform and he's just like recording and keeping himself on the ground. Like you have this whole tile thing set up, but you don't even have like a system backing that. I mean, that's my guess. Also, a pixel art game and you're drawing, like, I mean, this is just the thing, because with art you can kind of never end. It kind of never ends. You can never be done with the art. You can never be done with the visual quality of a game, but you can be done with systems. You can have a character controller that you say, all right, that's done. It does everything I need it to do, does nothing I don't need it to do. It's locked in. I make the crawler. I've basically got the character controller on my side done. I think I still have an issue with friction. There's just some general concept that I'm missing with that to make that good. But I have moving platforms, I can jump on them. All that works. The crawler, I can break it apart. It can't walk yet, but it is getting closer and closer. Yeah, no, I would say no. This only matters if you know for a fact that there's some super restrictive thing that will affect gameplay. Or it's a system that requires programming. Like if I were to, you know what? I'm even gonna say it. I almost like want to make like a demo project that is just demonstrating that you can just put a shader at the end of your pipeline as a post-process effect to enforce pixel boundaries that are large. And I'm sure it would be super simple, and it's probably not even that slow, because it's basically just doing a blur effect, right? It probably requires some setup from the camera, so whenever the camera stops, it will slip into something that is it'll slip into a, what am I trying to say? It'll snap to pixel boundaries, so you're not walking and you stop walking and the whole screen looks like blurry because everything is technically still in motion. Or I don't know, even figure it out, like maybe I have, my pixels are 5x5 or 4x4 and the shader cuts them into 2x2 sections instead. So in motion it's still like, it's not super blurry, but it still has like, you can still tell there are pixel boundaries.
Glow, shaders, smooth camera movement, and eventually a higher resolution UI. That visual style affects some vital project settings, and pixel scaling is absolutely its own rabbit hole, which unfortunately will turn this entire video into a camera and rendering deep dive. That will come soon.
Yeah,
But the important point for now is this. For this project, we're using canvas items.
Hey, Danlon. I mean, there are, like I said, there are important things, like if he's doing something particularly restrictive here, it's important to have that right early, but this is not like, you shouldn't be doing shaders. I don't think you should even really be doing art until you have a game. Level design book? Book.level design book. Why do they need to duplicate that? I think I have a pretty good idea of this stuff, but yeah, I appreciate it. I will look at it. I will bookmark it. How do I do that? There. I've got it.
Stretch mode. That allows us to build around the pixel art base resolution while still allowing for modern effects and smooth camera. The other common option is viewport, which renders the whole game at a low resolution first and then scales the final image up. This is perfect for true retro style, but it also forces those modern effects to inherit the low resolution as well. Now that we know what we're making, the next decision is where everything should live. Unfortunately, there's no perfect one-size-fits-all folder structure that works for every Godot project. A quick search.
I would even say this doesn't make sense either. I know for a fact that I started this project and I had my player and all this stuff just sitting out in the front. I organized it when it needed to be organized. Bookmark the book.leveldesign. Book webpage. Yeah, I did. It's important to just, I think, get going, and then, because if you try to make a structure, you're missing the point. The point is that you need to know how to organize your project. You don't know how to organize it until you have something there to organize, right? Until you have the stuff, you can't organize it. So organize as you go. And like carefully consider it. Don't slap something in a folder and then notice later on that it seems like the folder's kind of wrong. Or like, if I'm going through here and I'm like, you know what, I really wish that I don't like where this thing is or something. I'm like, all right, maybe this is a sign that I need to reorganize. And then just do that. Just do the reorganization.
For best Godot folder structure will give you a different result on every page. And many people have strong feelings about this, so I'm not going to pretend that this is a singular, perfect way to organize a project. But I think most people agree that the name should be clear, descriptive, and consistent.
Also, I really don't like the idea of a source directory. I really don't. It pretty much only makes sense if you're writing a project that just has a lot of code and then a lot of... You have so much code to the point where a source directory doesn't even make sense anymore because you just take everything out of your source directory and put it in the main thing too. That is like the one thing that I don't really like about Rust, is that they force you. Their compiler is like just forces you to use a source directory. And I wish it did not. It's not even their compiler, so their compiler, their package system, the whole thing is forced that you have to put everything into a source directory. And I don't like that. Because what if you have literally 2 source files? Why do they need to be in a directory? Just put them out the top. They don't need to be in a directory. You don't like anything? I don't like the checklist thing. It forces you to put your gun to your head and tells you to do it. It does. Rust will not compile. Rust will not do anything if you don't follow their directory rules. On the one hand, I will agree. I think some people are just so horribly inept at organizing their stuff, and they just don't even make the slightest effort to do so. But I don't think you need to like handhold that hard. It would be nice if it was like when you do like use module and it like says, okay, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to look for, I will say this is nice. It looks for a script file that is the same name. If it doesn't exist, it looks for a folder with a script file, and then it finds it, right? That's kind of nice. But when it's like, if you want to get any code analysis or anything like that, it's like, oh yeah, whenever you say include file, we're looking in the source directory at a file called lib.rs or a file called main.rs or whatever it is. And we don't look anywhere else. 55 stream streak.
Whenever
Also, this is the thing. Like, I don't. This section should be like. How about this? Decide where you're building. Start going. Start writing a system. Try to see if the gameplay you think is going to be fun is fun without any graphics. And then it's like, start organizing your stuff. And like, he would be explaining to you, like, what should you be thinking about? Or not even that. Just say, please organize your thing. Just, like, you know how to do it. No one needs to tell you how to organize something. You know how to do it. It could be helpful to show examples like, okay, I like to have, I don't know. I like to have input as its entire folder, okay? Everything related to input and resources on inputs are in their own folder. Materials, I like all the materials to be in the same. Anything named material is gonna be in the material folder. If I'm making custom nodes that are just like one-off nodes, they're not a scene, they go in the node folder, right? If any scene that I make, they go in the scene folder. Objects are, I guess, meant to be scenes, but they're not really like play scenes. There's things that you will put into other scenes. Like, I like to have a whole texture folder. If you want to look for any texture, it's gonna be in the texture folder. There's kind of one exception, which would be like models or like, I mean, texture is more like a generic texture that is kind of like reused all over the place. Like I might put a folder in here called terrain, and that's all the terrain textures. But if it's specifically related to a model, like I have a grenade, I'd have the grenade texture here, right? And that'd be like an example, like make it make sense. If at any point you are not sure what folder something is in, you've made a mistake, you need to reorganize. Think about what the grouping is. Why did you think it was here but it wasn't here? Why was it in the other place? Was that just like a mental lapse? Like, are you just dumb and you forgot your organization structure? Or is that really like a sign that your organization is suboptimal?
I create a file, I should know where it goes without having to stop to think about it. If I'm making a scene, I shouldn't be asking myself, does this belong in components? Or is it an effect? Oh, it's part of a level, should it go in there? Or is it a tool? It's hard to look back on old projects. It's fine, it doesn't bother me.
I mean, this one looks pretty good. I would say probably components and effects are odd. Those could, I mean, the thing is, what's a component? That's probably the biggest mistake. What's a component?
Doesn't bother me.
This one looks good though. I'm totally fine with the script folder as well, because it's just a lot of code stuff that doesn't really have an organization point. It's just code that runs somewhere.
It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. It bothers me. It bothers me a lot. All right, so the first project doesn't have to be perfect. But let's go over the folder structure I use now. To start, I prefer to separate raw assets from source. So I create an assets folder for the raw art, textures, and audio. Then I create a source folder for the actual game scripts, scenes, and resources. Inside of source, I separate things like
I mean, like, immediately I can say, why don't you have levels in your assets? Resources, assets, these are the same name. Assets and resources mean the same thing to me. I would even say resources is bad because that's too generic, I think. I think a resource is always going to be relevant to a very specific thing to the script that is using the resource. It is super relevant to the script that's using the resource. Like another thing, I had weapons. I would have probably a folder. What do I put weapons? Honestly, I'm just going to make a whole folder called weapons. I make a whole folder called weapons. All the weapons are in there. Anything about a weapon is there. It has the scripts, it has the resources, they all use each other.
Or for the main games.
Core is also terrible. Like, what the hell is core?
Scene, auto loads, and high-level systems. Data for resources and definitions. Gameplay for the
Nah, this is worse.
player, enemies,
This structure is so much worse.
levels for levels, scenery, and level specific.
Also, I would probably generally say assets shouldn't even go into that. Shouldn't even go into, not like that. I have, let's, I'm just gonna look at this, right? I have a base folder for everything related to the game, okay? Everything's gonna be in here, but specifically, documents are in its own folder. I have models, which will contain all like the original model files, because that's not relevant. Godot doesn't need to know about that. And then Godot game, the models will just go into wherever they are needed. So like if I made a grenade model, I would export a GLB and put that GLB here. Otherwise, what you're going to do is you're going to have your assets folder, which is going to contain your Blender file, and then you're going to have to rely on that importing correctly every time. And if you ever work on the Blender file, it's going to clobber your output here. So you can't touch the Blender file unless you're certain that it's always in a valid state, which is why you should have it completely separate so Godot can't even see it. And you export it when you're ready. And now you have a file that you can commit to, you can commit and keep track of. I mean, this one's also committed, but like, I mean, that's the idea. Because on the other hand as well, Godot is going to, if I have any textures related to it, which I think I'm going to not do that because I want to be sure that the model file is purely just a mesh. The material indexes and the skeleton and animations, probably not even animations either, so that I can organize those separately. Because I'm pretty sure Godot is just going to like, it'll just throw all the textures and animations into the same directory. So it's just going to be a mess. So I don't know, maybe at that point I would just, if I wanted to have that, I'd probably just make a new folder here that was like just model, and it would just have this and the import, and then all the textures and all of the animations would be in that directory as well. But that's really just a fault of Godot, just not allowing you to organize that very well. And like kind of being a little too aggressive in re-importing stuff if they change. And also if you say like, hey, don't extract the textures, sometimes it just will do it anyway, even when you told it not to. I mean, yeah, I guess that would be a bug, and maybe it's been fixed by now. But I remember that was happening. I was like, don't export textures, and it would literally not listen to me. It would do textures anymore, anyway. But the issue with that is if I go in there and I'm like, okay, I want to work on the original model file. All right, let's go to source. Like I would immediately go source. Okay, here's another issue. I want to find the player. I would have to know that player means gameplay. Player wouldn't be a resource. The player wouldn't be a script. Player wouldn't be asset. Like, where's the model for the player? I guess there's not even a model yet because there's nothing here. It's just a texture.
Objects, shaders, because it's nice to keep those easy to find. UI for HUD's menus and pause sections, and debug.
Shaders is fine, I think, but there probably is like an organization that would be better for those.
For anything strictly used for debugging that should not accidentally become part of the final game. This exact setup is not sacrosanct. The important part is to have a clear mental map that works for you and makes sense to anyone joining the project.
I would say this doesn't make sense. I think even this guy has to put in mental effort to remember where something is every single time.
Later.
Or maybe, I don't know, maybe my brain just works different from every other person on the planet because it seems like everyone gravitates to this setup, and I think it's always hard to follow.
The folders only solve for...
Even with Godot, like I've been looking at, I've probably seen, okay, not every source file, but I've been exploring this project for such a long time, and I still forget where things are. I'm like, oh, it's editor, then we're in scene, then we're in 3D, then we're in gizmos, then we're in physics. Like, it would not be modules. Like, it wouldn't be here, right? Like, I don't know. I'm just imagining like a gizmo, right? How do you find that? I mean, the main issue with Godot is that like the same layout is duplicated all over the place, and it's just a bad layout overall. Because you have scene, then you have editor scene, 3D, which just looks like the same thing as here. Where else would it be? Oh, especially this core folder. Nothing here makes sense. Nothing here makes sense. Object, ref counted. Not a template, somehow. Like, I don't know why this is not in the template. Somehow it's I guess it's because object was made just for this script. And then ref counted, but the whole thing is a template. And then templates contains vector. But if you actually wanted vector, this is an array vector. If you actually wanted the vector 3, it's in math. Crazy stuff. I was just looking through Rust source code earlier, and that one is, holy crap, their standard library is crazy. Because I was trying to find, I'm trying to look for the validation, for the UTF-8 validation function that they use, and I got lost. I literally got lost. I'm like, okay, wait, there's a validations crate, like, and I couldn't find it. Building devs are messy. They're focused on what actually matters. For software example, yeah, right. I mean, think of it like, I mean, there's definitely that saying that, like, you know, you're more focused on doing something good, but that only works that only works when you're really doing something good. And it's like a private venture. And it's not affecting your ability to be productive. Which, at some point, it's going to affect your ability to be productive. Godot is already so hard to follow. And I've been doing it. This is a real thing to focus, though, yeah. It definitely is like, there's even a thing with, like, doing a desk job. Your desk needs to be clean. My desk is like pretty messy, to be honest, but it's relatively clean, I'm sure, to most desks. I don't keep any plates. I don't keep any dishes here. I keep any mail to a minimum. I actually have everything shoved far back so I can't even see it because my monitors cover it. And like the whole surface is otherwise really clean. It's like a subconscious thing. I think some people laugh at it. Like, oh, you can't focus with, like, I don't know, a bright yellow rubber duck sitting on your desk? Where is it? I have hidden it. Oh, it's back there. It's hiding. It's behind the monitor. I can't see it. Yes, you can't. It affects you. It's like, stealing 1 second of 1 second of focus a day for a year adds up a lot. Okay, maybe not quite a lot because there's like 300 seconds in it, but if you okay, think of it like this. Think of like you're in a state of focus, and this is already like analyzed. It takes you like 15 or 20 minutes to get to this level of high focus, the flow state, right? No, that's not everyone at this point like this. And any distraction pulls you out of it, and you basically lose like minutes of focus. You lose like minutes of focus buildup, okay? A single second could rob you of like 10 minutes. So the more you can do to stay organized and to never have a single thought about where something is, you are going to be thinking all the time about where something is. Even shaders, I don't know a good organization for shaders, but even I'd be like, okay, I know this shader has the code and it has the script that has to run it. And I have to remember the name of the shader, right? Like that I can't really think of. But if I'm like, oh, I want the grenade. All right, I know for a fact a grenade is an object. Oh yeah, it's a projectile. Okay, it's a grenade, right? Like starting from here. I want input. I want to look for something related to, okay, input. Like I can't even make a bad example at this point. Texture is kind of the only thing. Like if I'm like, I want to look at the texture for a gun. Okay, texture, it was not there. So I'm like, all right, what's a gun? It's probably an object. And then I guess here I would probably where I would put weapon. So I'm like, oh, right, weapon. There it is. Okay, I found the weapon texture that I'm looking for. But here, it's like, I mean, just source and core, why? You're adding an extra step for yourself. Because it's going to get to a point where you're not even thinking, and you're just going to drill straight into source, looking for something that has been in assets forever. All right, here's actually the terrible thing. Assets, I see characters. Okay, I don't see character on the side. I see UI, and I see UI. It's also bad because I have resources inside of source when it should probably be in assets. Also, I have the default bus layout when I have audio assets. Shouldn't that be in the resources folder? I mean, if you have folders open, you're going to be like, all right, I'm looking for this. Like, oh, where is it? I can't find it. I know it's here. I mean, this one's just not even organized yet. I just haven't figured out a place for that. But, I mean, that's what I mean. Oh, actually, now it should be in material, right? Physics. Bam. Organized. I don't know. I don't like the fake stuff where I'm like, all right, assets, art, and then I can start looking at the organization when it could have just been all at the front. Yeah, I could just have characters, player, and everything related to players in one folder.
The important part is to have a clear mental map that works for you and makes sense to anyone joining the project.
Yeah, I don't think this makes sense to anybody. Because anyone who comes in here is not going to think, oh, do they consider resource to be an asset? Do they have scripts for their UI or in source? Or do they have that? I mean, do they have the scenes for their UI in UI? Or is that the scripts? Or is the scene in, I don't know if he doesn't have a scene folder, but I mean, that'd be the idea. Here's a good question. What if you had a UI that is specifically related to a single interactable in one level? Where does that go? I don't know, it's more like the duplication of stuff. I just looked at Rust the other day. Rust is like, honestly, Rust might be worse than Godot's organization. Because Godot, you have editor, which contains scene, which then contains 2D, 3D, and then you just have scene, 2D, 3D. Also, is there GUI there? Yeah, GUI is outside of here, not even there. Is GUI in scene? Oh, then you have GUI in scene. Like, I mean, this is just awful. I know it's a GUI on the editor, but is it in scene GUI? Or is it in editor GUI? Or is it an editor scene GUI? There's 3 places you could go. Don't duplicate folder names. If you have a duplicate folder name, copy one entire folder to the other place and then leave it there.
The folders only solve where the files go.
Also, again, the default bus layout, like, I mean, if he's showing his layout as like an example of what he thinks is good organization. Default bus layout should go into resources, or it should go into audio. Preferably, pull audio out of assets and just leave it sitting at the top. And audio will contain your bus layout.
Map that works for you and makes sense to anyone joining the project later. The folders only solve where the files go. The bigger problem is deciding what those files are actually responsible for. So before we start building the main game scene, we need to decide what each major scene owns. When a project gets messy, it usually doesn't happen all at once. The technical debt creeps in as the project grows, especially if ownership is never clear. The main game scene, level scenes, player, HUD, and pause menu all...
Also, he's probably never going to get to it, but I hope he mentions that technical debt is inevitable, and you need to fix it when you notice it's become a problem.
...own certain things, and they need to communicate within and outside.
You can't stop it
from
from happening.
If we don't decide those ownership boundaries early, every scene slowly starts talking to every other scene. And then it becomes obvious why it's called spaghetti code. So here's the basic structure I like to use. The main game scene is the application root. It is a scene we set as the main scene that loads when the project runs. It creates and owns...
Also, preferably you have as few scripts as possible. It looks like he's going to get into this where... I mean, maybe not, because the screenshot doesn't show it.
Major layer structure.
But I see this is up
world,
here.
HUD, pause menu, transitions, and debug overlay. It initializes high-level systems and coordinates scene transitions. The important distinction is that main game is a coordinator. It coordinates the big pieces without micromanaging the entire game. That boundary is what keeps it from slowly turning into a God object. The level scene owns level local objects. That includes the geometry, tile map layers, backgrounds, environment settings, spawn points, enemy placement, and any other data that belongs to that specific level. Notably, in this setup, the level does not own the player scene. Instead, it exposes markers where the player can spawn. That helps decouple the level from all the baggage that comes with creating the player. The level doesn't need to know which player scene to instantiate, how to connect that player to the camera, or how the HUD gets updated. The level just needs to be a level. This does create...
Why do you say it like that? So player spawn is the script that...
player scene to
Also, player spawn is its own scene?
instantiate, how to connect that player to the camera, or how the HUD gets updated. The level just needs to be a level. This does create a bit of an issue when it comes to testing, but having to deal with that is...
I mean, I guess part of that with like a level script is that I think it only makes sense for a level to exist if it can have an entry point. Whether that be to spawn a player scene, which has a camera, or to have a connection to the camera somewhere to say, oh yeah, this is where the camera is.
Better solution than making every level have to boot basically in the entire game. So let's put a pin in that. That's going to require a full video, which will be coming soon. We have everything we need to set up the main game node structure. Now that we know what everything is supposed to do, it's time to put the scene together. The design philosophy here is simple. Main game provides stable containers. Those containers...
I think they just didn't match what he was trying to say there. I think what he showed just didn't match what he was saying. The level doesn't need to know about the player spawn, but it does, because it's here. It's here. You've put it here. Also, preferably, you wouldn't use nodes with translations, or you would lock them, because you could technically have this selected and move it. I figured that out, and I'm like, you know what, I really... I would really like to have this stuff just cataloged somewhere, but I locked it. I didn't really have to lock it because Node can't even be translated. But yeah, I just have this here. At least the benefit to this is that when this is looking for a parent, it skips over this one and goes straight to world. Because this is like I don't know. There's like an amount of lag there that could happen. It's probably not even anything to worry about because you would only have probably 10 of these or less. They don't have a script attached to them. They're not doing anything. But technically, these nodes are always processing. They are always processing. So maybe in an ideal world, these would be a custom node type that grabs all their children and pulls them out and then deletes itself.
To the camera or how the HUD gets updated. The level just needs to be a level.
And maybe in debug it would in like a debug build, the node would stay there. So you can find it, or so you still have the organization. But then like in a release thing, this node should really not exist anymore. And it definitely shouldn't have transforms.
It does create a bit of an issue when it comes to testing, but having to deal with that is a...
Because yeah, like I said, like every single one of these nodes is still checking transforms. These have to know their transform relative to their parent. They're always checking that. They're always processing. They're always drawing, technically. Even though they don't have anything to draw, they're still running draw code. Like there's a lot of function calls that just do nothing.
This does create a bit of an issue when it comes to testing, but having to deal with that is a better solution than making every level have to boot basically in the entire game. So let's put a pin in that. That's going to require a full video, which will be coming soon. We have everything we need to set up the main game node structure. Now that we know what everything is supposed to do, it's time to put the scene together. The design philosophy here is simple.
I will say one thing that this guy's doing better than pretty much anyone else is at least there's like a concept. He's considered this video before he made it. Some people just kind of get in there and they just make a video and it's just not even any good.
The game provides stable containers. Those containers act as root points where the correct scenes can be loaded. First, I have a systems node. We haven't implemented the high-level systems yet, so right now this is mostly a placeholder. But having a defined place for the systems early means we are not scattering managers randomly across the tree later. Next is the world, which is a node 2D.
Also, this feels like it's kind of going against what Godot is supposed to do for you. You're supposed to go to here and create your auto loads. That's what he's doing. I have this input thing, there's guide here, I have debug draw. These are technically systems that would go in a system thing, but I'm using them as auto loads, which is where they should go, because they should be running all the time. And I think that's a core idea in his case here. There's some code that is always running nonstop. Is he the ghost or the fire? It's the ghost.
Containing the actual in-game world. This should move with the camera, use world coordinates, and contain the level, gameplay objects, and effects. Inside the world, I separate things into routes. The current level gets loaded into...
And then world should be its own scene. I mean, this is just going back to like the auto load thing that you should be using with Godot. World should be level. I don't think you should have this setup. I don't think this is a good setup. Your auto loads are going to manage the whole flow of your game. If you have levels, they're going to manage that. Because otherwise, there's certain things with scene load that you lose because now you have to write your own scene loading stuff completely, and you can't use Godot for that at all. Because Godot lets you swap out the scene route. You can't do that now. You can never swap out the scene route because your scene route is like your auto loads now, when it shouldn't be. I mean, this is... yeah. This isn't right.
The level route. Players, enemies, NPCs, pickups, and other active objects go into the entity route. And temporary visual effects can live in the effect route. When I first separated entities into their...
No, don't do that. Because now you have to... Because like I said, this would just be your level scene. These are your auto loads. But even if this was the case, he's going to do it. You have to make these unique names. And you have to have something where you say, all right, I want to spawn an effect, throw that in the effect route. When it could just be top level, it doesn't need to be organized like this. Because every time you're going to place it there, you have to find this. You have to add as a child. And you can't, I mean, minor things, I guess.
Their own route. I was not sure if I would like it, but it actually makes a huge difference compared to spawning everything deep inside the level. When running in debug, I can clearly see every active entity currently in the scene tree.
He's even got audio controller as He's got it up here. Because game is like your this is the root scene you load, and anything above that is auto load. So he literally has an auto load here.
Instead of digging through several
So why is he
layers of level
using systems?
sections. The remaining layers are UI nodes under separate canvas layers. This keeps them separate from the world transform and allows us to define which layer is drawn above the others. The world is effectively at layer 0, the HUD is above the world, pause is above the HUD, transition covers the normal game layers, and debug goes on top of that. I like leaving gaps between the layer values because there's always a chance I'm going to have to squeeze something in later. So, now we have a scene tree that looks organized. But there is a potential trap here. A clean tree does...
I mean, what he's made here is he just said, oh, you're not making a God object, and he just made a God object. He's made a God scene. You should have one HUD layer, because inside of that you can just organize your nodes in order of draw. I can't remember which order it is, but you don't have to specify layer or level at all. You put them either at the, I think it's probably the bottom, so stuff at the bottom is gonna, or the stuff at the top renders like down in this order. So this one is gonna sit on top of everything no matter what anyway, because it's just last. Just organize it like that. And you would just have one scene that is a HUD layer, and you would load it in here, and that would contain scene instances of these.
Not automatically mean the game behaves correctly when paused, loading, or transitioning. Speaking of pausing, before we move on...
Because if you want to work on your debug, it's a little bit confusing about where you're supposed to be going. Are you supposed to be adding it to debug root? Or do you go to your debug scene or your script and work on it there?
When paused, loading, or transitioning. Speaking of pausing, before we move on, I have one quick channel update. Memberships are now open. Members get early access to videos along with member-only posts and polls where you can help shape future content. Alright, now let's get back to scene tree pausing. In Godot, every node has a process mode that controls whether it runs when the scene tree is paused. By default, nodes inherit their process modes, so if the option is never touched, pausing the scene tree can pause basically everything. This was something that gave me some trouble when designing room transitions in my first project. The whole scene needed to pause during the transition, but some processing still had to continue in order to move the camera and, even more importantly, to unpause. So for this project, we want to set the process modes intentionally. Main game should, of course, always be running. The world should be pausable. The HUD can be pausable for now, though.
Yeah, I mean, I would just end up repeating myself about using auto loads.
That might change later.
And using
Pause layer better
scenes.
be able to process when paused. Transition should always process, and debug should always process.
Also, I would say no. Pause layer should always be running. At least, you know, I guess it depends on how you want to set it up. There's a thing where you just set it to be disabled is what you should do. If you don't want it to run, you would in a script set it to be disabled, and then in a script set it to be active. Because when you do this, it's like, I feel like it's just so easy to like want to say, all right, I want to open the pause menu, or open the pause menu when it's not paused or something like that, and maybe you think to go put the code in here, and then you wonder why it's not running. It's because it's not running.
Pause layer better be able to process when paused. Transition should always process, and debug should always process.
Like, I think this goes back to like where just main game should manage everyone's process mode. So leave it on always, and in fact leave it on inherit because the default is not to pause when the scene tree is paused. You have to set something to be pausable for pause to stop it. I think like the default is inherit, but like the root of everything is always. So inherit means always until you set something to be pausable or when not paused or disabled.
Of course, always be running. The world should be pausable. The HUD can be pausable for now, though that might change later. The pause layer better be able to process when paused. Transition should always process, and debug should always process. The exact settings are not carved into stone and may change later based on what we end up doing with the layers, but it's something we don't want to forget about while we're developing the game. If we have an elaborate animated pause menu, we don't want to be taking away processing resources from the game while it's not being shown. More importantly, we do not want to halt important process.
And like I said, I would just say like have your main game system disable it
Due to pausing the scene
when you're not paused.
And at this point, we have our foundation set up in the editor. Time to set up the script to actually use it. We're going to keep the main game script relatively simple because the game currently only has a test level and a player. It doesn't need to be fancy on day one. As the game grows, most of this logic may move into systems or managers, but keeping it in the script works as a baseline. I'll start by dragging in the scenes for the player in the test level, but all I want is a UID string, so I'll remove this preload here.
What's he doing? Yeah, and this, like I said, this is just something now you have to manage because Godot allows you to swap out the scene root already. So when you get into this is definitely like a AAA thing. You only really care about loading levels in a custom way when they are big and you need to you want them to load in the background. Or you're trying to make a Mega Man clone and the whole restriction behind that game is that it was super low on resources and it could literally fit pretty much about 2 levels on the screen at once. And that was the max. So during the transitions, they would have to freeze processing, slide in, and then start processing. We don't need to worry about that. We can just fade to black, call Godot's scene root swap or whatever it is, and then fade out. You say, oh, well, what's the fade in, fade out? That would just be an auto load then. That can just listen to that and interrupt it.
We're going to keep the main game script relatively simple because the game currently only has a test level and a player.
Because, like I said, the issue is if your game really is going to get that big, then maybe you need to consider it, but I still think I think it's 2D game, you never have to consider it. I don't think you ever need to think about managing how a level is loaded
As the game
in
grows,
this way.
most of this logic may move into systems or managers, but keeping it in the script works as a baseline. I'll start by dragging in the scenes for the player in the test level, but all I want is a UID string, so I'll remove this preload here.
I kind of wish what he talked about in this video actually was more about saving. That's like a critical system of a game, and that's not really something people talk about. Especially if you want to allow people to save in the middle of a level. You need to make sure you're starting from the very beginning, that you're writing your scripts in a way that they can kind of be stopped in the middle, save to disk, and then come back a year later and pick up like the game was never even interrupted in the first place. I think that comes before figuring out how to load a level. In fact, I think that dictates how you load a level. You should know how your save and load function works before you get into level loading, because now if you start with level loading, then you need to find out, and then you say, oh, okay, well, now I need to have all this stuff related to restoring a save file, and that kind of like clobbers everything that I did for level loading. Or if you started the other way around, your level loading would just build directly off of that. Your level loader would start with a resource that tells it the state of the level, which either comes from disk or is the default.
On ready variables. This can be done in the editor by dragging them, and holding control will automatically format them. I'm adding the
Especially this, because then you have level root, entity root, and effect root. You would have to load 3 of these things all at once. You have to make sure they go to the right place.
UI root notes as well, but today we're only going to focus on the player and the level. So let's start off with the player. We'll add a function call in the ready function to initialize the player. The function itself loads the packed scene resource, instantiates the scene.
Also, the turning on the switch to show spaces all the time is nuts. You don't need to see that. I think turn it on for trailing spaces. I don't even think you can turn it on for trailing spaces. I like to have trailing spaces visible, but I also have it such that when I save, the trailing spaces get deleted. So I actually don't have to worry about it, which is not a default. That's also actually not a default in Godot, which is crazy. Dude, like... Draw tabs is fine, because otherwise you're never going to know if it's a tab or a space. I don't like using tabs. But dude, the spaces, like you have to look at this in between your string.
Into the player variable.
I mean, I think it's another case where like people might laugh at it, but like this is distracting. This is like covering your desk in a thin layer of dust. Like this is too much. Turn that off.
As a child of the entity root. We perform these same safety checks.
And Godot is honestly bad for letting that be an option in the first place. It should only be trailing spaces. Like I said, tabs I understand because those can just be hard to know when a tab is present, especially if you're mixing tabs and spaces, which he is doing. Which, if you want to use spaces to organize your thing, stop using tabs. Just stop using tabs at that point. You've immediately broken, like, you want spaces. Just use spaces. Turn off the tabs.
Into the player variable, then adds it as a child of the entity root. We perform these same safety checks here in the load level function, so I'll explain those more in detail in a little bit. Note that since main game is our coordinator, it creates and adds the player, but it does not control any of the player's behavior.
Main game creates and adds, but it doesn't because your player spawn is a script. So why would it be a script at that point? It has an attached script. It's not like, this isn't an object. Where is it? It's right here. It's not an object. If it was an object, or if it was a custom node, the script thing would be faded out. So he's placed he has a scene whose root is a marker 2D, and he has attached a script to that scene. Or actually, I don't know. I think even that would be faded out. He has a scene that is just a marker root, and he's attached a script in this level. What is the script doing? I think in this case, if you say, oh, the level shouldn't know about it, then okay, the player spawn is the script that runs in the first process, places the player, the camera, I guess, searches for and follows a player. I don't know, that's weird. I feel like he's showing a lot of this stuff, but then he's not actually going into like why it's even organized that way, because this is what's missing. It says the level doesn't need to know about it, but it obviously does because it's a node in the level, so that's not really accurate. The main game spawns the player, but have a player spawn script. So what is the script doing if it's not spawning the player there? He's attached it directly to it. I'm just so confused.
Nodes as on-ready variables. This can be done in the editor
Tabs
by
better than
dragging them
spaces.
and holding control
No.
to automatically format them.
Nobody really thinks that.
I'm adding the UI root notes as well.
Nobody
today
thinks
we're only gonna
that.
focus on the player and the level. So let's start off with the player. We'll add a function call in the ready function to initialize the player. The function.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I mean, maybe he's just trying to do too much in the video. He just invented this base level thing. Okay, so what's base level? Why do you need a generic concept of a level? What's the script doing?
Start off with the player. We'll add a function call in the ready function to initialize the player. The function itself loads the packed scene resource, instantiates the scene.
I mean, okay, when you know the patterns, you start from the outside and you go in, right? When you're good at the setup, you know the patterns, you start from the outside, you go in. When you're teaching somebody, you start at the smallest level and pull out to big picture. Okay? Let's make the player spawner first. Let's make the base level that has a player or finds a player or somehow they talk to each other. And then you pull out again and you say, all right, here's the main, here's a system. And then you pull out again. Here's the main game. The main game talks to the system, right? Go that direction.
Into the player variable, then adds it as a child of the entity root. We perform these same safety checks here.
No, 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 no. You messed up. This is not right. He just said the level has a spawner, which is a script, but obviously here that's not even looked at. Also, you should use a preload. If you know this is going to be a common thing, use a preload. A player scene is 100% a preload all the time. Preload it. Preload. So now we're adding to entity root. So what's the point of...
Loads the packed scene resource.
What's the point of the player spawn?
Player variable, then adds it as a child of the entity root. We perform these same safety checks here in the load level function, so I'll explain those more.
This is why you start inside and you start at the lowest level and then
adds the player, but it does not control any of the player's behavior. That will happen.
What? What is that message?
Load level function. This becomes the stable place where level changes are requested. If the main menu starts the game, it calls load level. If the player walks into a cave and changes zones, that also calls load level. The implementation is simple right now, but the caller doesn't need to care. Later, this function can grow into fades, loading screens, threaded loading, or whatever transition system we need, without changing every scene that uses it. For the current version, the flow is simple. We defer the level change so it happens during the idle frame. If there's already a level loaded, we call queue free. Then we allow the frame to process so the old level can clean up. After that, we load the new scene, instantiate it as a base level, and add it to the level root. By casting it as base level, we get a simple safety check. If the scene is not actually a level, the current level stays null, and we know something is wrong. We perform the same check on the player earlier. The last piece is to place the player at the level spawn position and set up the camera. This
I feel like he just put a layer of abstraction on this that didn't need to be there. There are 2 await process frames. Okay, hang on. So here's the issue. He is relying on node process calls to handle something, and then he goes in there and says, okay, but now I want to manage code on my side. I want to decide when code is called. Okay, but now I want you to decide when code is called. This is a weird thing. You have base level. Level root add, level root, current level dot ready, or whatever, right? Add child is going to call the ready function. So you don't have to do that, right? So you already know everything is there. I don't think you should ever be writing await get tree process frame. That is like... No. And he's not even done this in a dynamic load way where you can... Okay, the only time you do await get tree process frame is if you're running something in a process function and you know it's heavy and you don't want to use threads and set up threads. So you just say, all right, let's go through 10,000 objects and then we'll await a process frame. That's maybe okay. Maybe for like an editor add-on where you want it to be fast, you're fine with it being a little laggy on the editor, but you want just enough process frames that you're not totally breaking the editor until the thing stops. Because there's even a thing where this is slow. You hit await process frame, that's a really slow call. I was doing like the terrain entity generation thing for like a randomized placement of a bunch of assets, and I found out that things were running really slow if I had too many awaits in there. So it was like I was gonna do like 50,000 objects and then I was gonna wait 1 frame. The editor would drop to like 20 FPS, which is reasonable, but it would be done in 1/4 of a second versus 10 seconds at 60 FPS or something. So, but this is not heavy. This is definitely not heavy. This would be heavy if you had like a 3D and you're loading like a ton of objects and a lot of textures were showing up and all that. And then at that point you would do this on a different thread and you don't even have process. You get rid of the await process frame because this would all be on a different thread. And you'd probably say like, hey, load in the current level, disable processing on the level. You call add child, ready is called. This calls ready. So that will handle everything on a separate thread. And then you come back here and you fade in the screen or whatever.
This is where the earlier responsibility split pays off. The level exposes a spawn point and
he's just done it backwards. He should have started by saying, here's the player. And you think, oh, it's going to be nice. You just drag the player in every level. Well, here's like a reason why that's maybe not optimal. And then you say, all right, okay, so now we're going to make a player spawn. And then we're going to make the level, and the level is going to find the player spawn and expose it to a method. And then you come out here and you say, all right, now here's where we do this. Like this is, I don't know,
moves the player there.
It's whiplash.
Then the main game connects the camera. Now the level is loaded and the player is in it. It's not complicated yet, and that's the point. The goal today is not to build the final loading.
Also, it took 2 frames. No, you should have a function on the level that says save level or unload level or whatever. Preferably the way that you do it is you load your next level. While that's happening, you request the current level to save and unload itself, or you request the current level to save to some resource, and then you wait for both of those things to finish. Once they're both done, you do an animation or whatever to swap them out. If you just want a solid cut, then you just do remove child, add child. Both the levels are ready to go, and there's no awaits in there.
System. The goal is to create one stable entry point that future loading systems can go through. At this point, we've done a lot of foundation work, and to be honest, I may have overscoped myself a bit and written a much longer version of this video than intended. So I had to cut a few of the rabbit holes out of this one. Pixel scaling, camera movement, tile map layers, and auto tiles, debug tools, and project automation all deserve their own dedicated videos. The good news is that now that this foundation is in place,
I think level loading should have been its own video. And I wish a lot of this was telling you things that you need to think about and not telling you, do this, do this, do this. Here's a tutorial on how to copy what I did. And also, I just think it's wrong. I don't think you have any reason to be doing like your own level. You shouldn't be doing scene root swaps. Shouldn't be managing that. Check my video. What am I at, an hour, 30 minutes so far? Jeez. How to change the wallpaper of PC on Windows 7 Ultimate. Dude. Yeah, for normal. I'll give him this feedback. I mean, he's gonna read it. Can I spell? Tough. All right. I gave feedback. I gave my feedback. Maybe I should have read it out loud. Whatever. I'll mention auto loads. I'm gonna mention auto loads. How do I? Where is it? Tabs. This. I'll read it out. Okay. When you go to scene structure, you should have started at the bottom and worked backwards. When you already know the layout and the patterns, and experienced stuff can start with main game and entity roots and go into the details later. But when teaching, it should really start at the small scale and work up. Show the player script, show the spawner, then how the level is providing the spawner, then the level loader. The part about awaiting process frames doesn't make sense because you haven't shown why that is needed, and I think they shouldn't be needed at all. You should not be interrupting your own script for a process frame. You should be calling directly on a level, hey, unload, or hey, save your state and give me the state, and I'll handle that from there. Especially doing add child and then process frame and then spawning, don't do that. Place the player and then just return from the function. You don't need to have that await there at all, I think. If you have some kind of necessary code that needs a process frame, a tick to run by, I think you've made a mistake, and that code should go into ready instead. Or use a deferred call. Right? It's not like you're in scene construction and the scene is preparing children. I mean, maybe that's what it is, right? He was like, okay, well, I can't add the child yet because it's in the middle of doing it, so... But it's also not because ready has finished running. You add child, your whole thing is done adding. Your main game should already be done setting up all the children. Or it's what is it? The parent is still setting up children, so you can't run add child on your children because I don't know why Godot has a limitation. It's probably a dumb limitation, but that's the reason for it. That's probably why he has the await frame, because that script is actually running in the very first frame of the scene, when in general it's not running in the first frame of the scene. It's usually maybe running on like the 100,000th frame of the scene, because you're doing level transitions, so you don't need those awaits anymore. Because when you call add child, your main scene is done adding children, that whole thing is done adding children, all the readies have been called, everything is running. You can add children immediately. I mean, obviously, because you're calling... Actually, wait a second. He's calling add child. Oh, he can only call add child because he's already awaited a frame. Yeah, okay, never mind. That's why. But the second one's not necessary then at that point. And if it was, that code should come out of process and go into ready. Or it should be a call deferred on itself, if it really requires some other code to finish running that's related to scene tree processing. Yeah. Also, autoloads exist exactly for the purpose of your systems nodes. You should be using those instead. And you cut out the entire main game and system nodes and all the maintenance around that. Godot will load them for you and process them regardless of pause state. Right. I don't know. This is really, at this point, it's really coming off as like, you're making tutorials too early. You haven't spent enough time with this. You haven't actually made enough mistakes. This is probably his third iteration, and I think it's not enough. He needs to have made a full project with this and like realized, maybe at some point he's like, you know what? I kind of don't like having 3 different routes for these concepts that don't really need to be split off like this. There's kind of no need for it. I think this is just organization for the sake of making it look like it's organized when you're not actually doing anything. Like in my case, I mean, maybe you can say, all right, well, why do you only have one scene in your scene folder? Why do you only have one object in your object folder? Because I know that these are going to grow. Well, at least I think they will. Projectiles might be excessive, or I say projectile. No S's. Add-ons is required. I can't change that one. Godot forces me to name that folder like that. But projectile might be excessive. Maybe this should just be named weapon, and then this contains everything, which is maybe what I'll do. But I already know that these are going to grow. Node is a new thing I'm trying, which is probably better, because otherwise this would just go into a script. And these aren't just raw scripts, these are physical nodes that you would place. Yeah, I mean, but it really feels like at this point he's doing a lot of organization before he's even done anything. And he's making a tutorial for a setup that he doesn't even know is going to be working for this game either. So, I don't know, probably every one of these sections should be their own video and not in one, and not correlated to this project. What is it? This person, I wish they would upload more. I'm not sure, they kind of like disappeared, but this one is like, he's already got like a full game world set up and he's like showing you how to use something that he's made, because I don't know exactly what his experience is prior to this, but a lot of stuff he's already got like a full thing set up and ready to go, and he's like building the scripts behind it and starting at the low level of it. This one, he doesn't even have... Whoops. Oh, no, now I messed it up. That's crazy, the whole thing did that. He should have a reason. He should have effects that he can spawn. He should have entities that are not just this guy that can spawn. He should have levels so he can demonstrate the load level happening. He should have any UI at all so he can show, here's the UI, here's what the pause is doing, right? Like, he's just organized this whole thing and he hasn't even... These are all empty. He's showing a folder structure, and some of these folder... This one, I think this one's really good. Like I said, components is probably bad. Shouldn't be there, I think, but... Because this is like a real, you know, it's grown. It should be grown. This is like... Many of these folders are empty. NPCs is empty here. Enemies has something, but then enemies is empty here. Interactables is empty. There are enemy definitions, item definitions. This is empty. Sound effects is an empty folder. What is this? Kojima went on his way to meet with his BF Jeff to prove the haters wrong. Oh, funny. Okay. All right, I need to do something. I need to go take the dog out. The dog asked me to go out just a minute ago. I need to take him out. Wow. People are too quick. People are too quick to just say, do it this way and not think for yourself. And also, this is just a general problem with tutorials in general. People are too quick to go make a tutorial before they even have enough experience to do so. Right? There's obviously like there's even like bad teachers in the world because they don't understand what they're teaching well enough to teach it. The dog asked me, I knew he was talking. Well, I mean, he came up and he sat down and looked at me. Like that's what I told him. Now he's just staring at me. I see you. Hi. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'll be quick. Oh, also, if you're going to make a tutorial at all, you should have a full project for it. A ready to go project. He can click play and demonstrate everything that you're showing. Because otherwise you're just like, here's how you add two numbers together, and then you don't actually add two numbers together. Here's how you expand a summation, and then you don't solve the summation. Right? What was the point? You need to show it. I'm back. Okay. I think it's nice if you want to teach people, but you should be serious about it. I think he's kind of missing... He's missing a lot of what makes teaching effective. If you just want to show... If you don't really want to teach people, you just want to be like, hey, I've made this cool thing and I think it's really cool and here's what I did. Do that. But he's like reframing it as, if you want to be better, do what I've done. And I think that's not correct. Because I think a little more experience and he's going to see like, actually, this was wrong, right? Await process frames, there's no way that's ever correct. Use a deferred call. Just don't do whatever you're doing that requires you to have the await in there. Like I said, I think the only case where that makes sense is if you're making an editor plugin and you're going to do a lot of work and it's going to lag the editor, but you want to be using your resources effectively, so there's no reason to do like a separate thread. You can just do it on the main thread. It's expected that it's going to be a little bit laggy while something is running, and just once in a while call it so you can maintain like a frame rate in like the 30s or higher. Or you know what, not even that, like in the 20s or higher. Definitely not in the middle of a level load. And definitely not if you're getting an error where you can't add a child yet because it's in the middle of constructing, the parent is in the middle of constructing its children or whatever. Definitely not then. Whatever that error is. I can't remember what the error exactly is, but it shouldn't be that. It should just be add child call deferred if you can't do it yet. Okay, what have I got? Close that. I do not want to have that open. I need to know how I'm calling into, or who's going to do construction. I think I would like to have these bodies available to me out here, but also only if I want them to be there. But also, because it could be a little bit of processing I can just do up front. So the scene file is good. The scene file has the bodies, but then it still has to move these bodies out of the scene to the root where they should belong. And in fact, maybe there's a question of organization there, where maybe the scene, maybe I should just turn on top level, right? Maybe that's what I should do. Maybe I should just turn on top level. And I can still have them stored on the crawler directly. I don't have to do any movement. I don't have to do any paths. Maybe I should experiment with that. Maybe that'd be fun to do that. But then I would definitely like this skeleton mesh to probably be a debug thing that I can turn off and not have to worry about having these nodes here. Maybe I just define a mesh. Okay, I guess I need to pick something that I want to start with. What do I want to start with? I want to start with... Okay, I mean, what I'd really like to do is just to do everything all at once, but then I can't do that. So what do I gotta do? I would like these modifier bone targets to not exist. That would be preferable. I think I just have to start by... Gosh, yeah, this is like just a big refactor. It's hard to figure out. Also, I was just thinking of these being node 3Ds. Should these just be node? Because these don't really need transform in the way that I'm using it. They really just need to have a transform that they apply onto the target. And this transform is modified by step. But then I think that should probably just be... because it's already relative to the crawler body, so I don't have to worry about that. It's already there. I just have sort of like some additional rotation at transform that I'm going to apply to these other ones. But maybe it's fine to keep that. Then I don't have to worry about it. But I already do worry about it. It's weird. It's odd. It's weird, it's odd. Okay. The legs are already added. They've already called ready. What does leg ready do? Leg ready is just setting up some cache values, I think. Yeah, it's just caching some things. I would like the physical skeleton. There's something here where, with this, that I would like to be happening. Where it would be nice if it read the resource structure, and from there could very quickly locate all those pieces and match them up. So if the resource changes, I know exactly which part. I know exactly who was made from that resource and who to go into to change whatever needs to be changed if a resource parameter changes. If a resource is gone and I tell it to rebuild, it'll be like, okay, well, here's an object and I don't see its resource in my list, so this object must just be getting deleted. So that's what it would do. Right? I would definitely like it to be set up so if I go in here and I click build, I don't have to like delete every node and then add every node back. But I guess it's not really a necessary thing, so I don't think I won't be doing that while the game is running. So it would be fine to just clear the whole thing and rebuild it. In fact, that might be preferable because sometimes I might just have such a big change that just deleting everything would be better than trying to update things to fit to the new layout. And I don't think these are going to be so complicated that I'm going to worry about the efficiency of it. I think it's going to be like... it should not be reaching into like the hundreds of milliseconds. I don't expect to have anything so complicated that it might reach into that zone. I would like it to be set up so the nodes will exist on the scene and physical skeleton can connect them up with their resources. I mean, that's okay. So this is a big thing. I want to be able to have a direct connection from a node to its resource. So possibly what I can do there is I can have a meta value stored on each thing, which will be exported and saved to the scene. So then I can search for that meta value on every thing and match it to what it goes to. It also technically means a lot of this code for all this setup wouldn't really have to happen anymore. Some of this maybe not have to happen. It might simplify a lot of it. I think especially the part of locating them, because they will already be located. And then... yeah. Okay, so what do I know is happening? I know I'm starting here. Somewhere around here, something needs to happen. I think it might be right to just get all of the legs saved to my list and just get them there. And then by this point, I need to know that the skeleton has been set up. So between this block and this block, so right in here, I need to have a call. Also, the distance constraint for each leg. I think that probably should go to the legs, if I want to have it. So this one doesn't manage that list. The legs manage their distance constraints, and we'll put them where they want to go. Also, the distance constraint might just be wrong as well, because I'm teleporting a constraint around, which can mess with it. Ideally, I would be accelerating the constraint and slowly updating its velocity. Okay. So I was saying here, I have all the legs. They're indexed. They know about body. They've been readied. Setup. When is setup called? I think setup is called near the end, right? So setup happens all the way down here, but setup, what does setup do? Setup just looks like more caching, especially requiring that body is present, body has its skeleton, and that's kind of it. What is this? Ground nodes? What? What is this? Ground nodes? Oh, it's provided. Okay. Right. So yeah, setup requires a lot of things that have already been done for the legs. So that requires... where is it? It requires ground targets. I would need target bones. I need child bodies. So yeah, at this point, the bodies have to be there. Ground targets is specifically an attachment bone linked to a rigid body or a modifier bone target. Which is for what? It would be to obtain... get bone parent of the ground bone ID. We obtain the ground cast node. Okay, so the ground... Okay, so this is where the shape cast... This connects to. This is what the shape cast connects to. There's a new trailer for ALC. You're not going to like this third-person gameplay. Gimmicks. What is it? There's a concept where game designers don't know how to design games anymore, so they try to make it so that everything is possible. Also, they already experimented with third person, I think, and it wasn't good. Yeah, whatever. Because it's not like Halo C was made before third person was possible. They had the technology. And Halo has always been made to be first person. That's a core piece of it. You are the Spartan. And in fact, it's even like that because in Reach and ODST, you, the player, are treated as the character you play as. Load UE 5 third-person bundle, copy paste GLBs from the guys downstairs, boom, a Halo game. The designer is supposed to guide the player to have fun. Although I'm lying. Well, either way. It's still a real thing. When the designer doesn't know how you want to have fun, they can't help you have fun. It'd be crazy to make a third person Halo C. I mean, even if it was an option, it shouldn't be an option. There's a reason why when you get into a Warthog, then it goes third person. Because they want you to be able to control the vehicle intelligently. Right? So that's why it's third person there. Because first person vehicle control is pretty difficult. It's actually difficult. Because you just have this huge mass that you can't see. Right? So they go third person so you can like do really crazy stuff a lot easier. You were lying about lying. What? I don't know what you mean. Maybe it's just vehicle, like you said. Now, what I would not mind is like a first-person vehicle. I honestly kind of prefer first-person vehicles because it raises the skill ceiling. Well, okay, maybe not raise the skill ceiling. It lowers the skill floor, which is good. I think, wait, skill floor. Okay, there's like an alternative interpretation of it where a low skill floor means you don't have to be very good to achieve results. I'm meaning it in the way that maybe I do mean that it's like raising the skill floor. I don't know. Either way, the result is that if you're bad at driving first person, you're really bad at driving first person. and there's a lot of room to grow. Racing games, yeah, I always like want to go first person because I just feel like it feels more satisfying to me when I drive well in a first person camera. It feels way more satisfying. My brain is working harder, especially with flight. I think flight is probably I think you should only do flying in first person because then you're like really into it. I was playing GTA. I think, yeah, it was me and Raiden. And I think we were both first person in jets, dogfighting each other. And we never saw each other the whole time. But it was so... I feel like I was doing better at getting behind them. Even though I was first person and I technically had like a worse... I was like... could think that I was handicapping myself. But it was making me think a lot harder about where I was facing, where I saw him, where he could be going. Because then otherwise it comes down to, I'm not going to think about where he is because I can just look around really quickly. No, I jumped to a frame in the video. It's an over-the-shoulder TA blur. Yeah. First person feels better. I think it's just so much more fun to fly first person. Because even then, I feel like sometimes the cameras just struggle to track you in flight as well. If the camera is just fixed in place on your person, then you can do... You could say like, oh, it's more disorienting, but I feel it's less disorienting actually. If you can really get into it and get comfortable with the natural disorientation of like going upside down, doing barrel rolls and things like that, you're going to feel so much better so quickly than having a camera and watching your vehicle flip upside down. And sometimes your camera boop, flips over and does a big roll really fast, and now you're on a totally different orientation on your plane. I like to fly upside down. I would do this thing in GTA where I would fly upside down above a road, so there's buildings on either side of me, and I have to like really control it. And that just feels so cool to do. Because then you can also like learn really, you pick up really quickly how you can turn upside down, which has like a weird, it's almost like driving backwards, I think. If you get the feeling, you can kind of do it without thinking too much about it, but it is definitely like a totally different understanding of like, I'm looking backwards, I turn left to go right or whatever it is. All right, I turn... Yeah, I mean, looking forward, if you want to go that way, I don't know, it's odd. I think it's actually different then. Maybe it's not like driving backwards. Because I think what I was getting is that I would, if I want to go left, I have to hit my right flap or something. Which I guess when you're upside down, then your right flap is your left flap. Or maybe not. I don't know. You have to have like a... Maybe it's just GTA's flight simulation just kind of weird when you're upside down. But I know at one point like I was able to... I could fly upside down and it would not feel weird. Third person flying upside down, difficult. First person flying upside down, not as difficult. Once you get over like the fixed camera and maybe feeling a little bit of motion sickness from that. Okay, I'm just talking forever and I'm doing nothing. Making no reasonable progress. So I have the attachments, I think prior to leg setup. Yeah, so leg setup, it needs to have everything. Body mass, it needs to have everything. So I already know that up here I need to do this first. Sorry, that's fine. So. What are you growling at? I can't see. Dog is growling at something. So around here, physical skeleton needs to be provided at every chain. And I think it's probably good that... Does every leg need to know? I think I can probably do it here. I think I can run it up here. I think this makes sense. So I will have... Okay, first of all, if enable physical skeleton, then I'll do physical skeleton. Have I assigned a skeleton yet? Skeleton is that. So skeleton should be assigned already. Does physical skeleton need to have the IK modifier? It's part of break joints. Set up body joint. Okay, so it does need to have iterate IK here. But also this is not how I want to do it. I definitely want to load physical skeleton as chains. So I think this is where that drops out. Also, the camera's just always been pointing a little too far down. I keep wondering if it's just like I'm sitting up too much, but no, it's just actually pointing too far down. So iterate IK actually should go away. I think there's no reason for it to know about these because everything that's getting here should be provided by the chain. But there is modification processed. So, you know, I'm going to say I don't even manage this here. I think target to settings? Target to... Wait, what is target to settings? Is that even used? It's not even used. Why is it here? Why did I make this? Let's find target to settings. It's also an underscore, so I shouldn't be using it outside of that anyway. Yeah, it's just nothing. All right. I'm going to start by checking to see what changes I have right now. I moved high friction. I will go ahead and commit that immediately. All right. Now what? I'm not doing any of the ones that are untracked. I'll check to see here. I've added the regions. I added a queue update. I got rid of that line. In fact, I won't send that line. I think I'll do the regions just as organization, as its own commit. So I can have a cleaner commit. I'm not doing that file at all. I did rename that, so that needs to be added. Okay, that is one thing I think I need to do. I need to rename that. Right, I moved it and then I have test world not... Whoops, okay. Dang, okay. Git add. Yeah, whoops. Okay. We'll add this one. Just the regions, not that. Not that. Technically, that one would also have to be added. Whatever. I mean, whatever. I've already made another commit now, so. That one's nothing, and then I'm adding that step collision. What else would this be? Front left something? Yeah. All right, so I'm in a clean state here, or as clean as I would like it to be. Okay. So up here, if we are enable physical skeleton, I would like to do physical skeleton. Wait, was there something that was missing? Update leg modes? Oh, I think that's just like telling the legs how they're gonna process. Okay, so some of this... Right, yeah. I think what I'm doing for here is I'm going to drop this out, and I'm going to manually call it, and I don't want this one to know about iterate IK. It doesn't need to know. I just need to tell it when I want it to update motors, and I have full control over that. And then it doesn't even use target to settings, so... Oh well. Yeah. It'll have that another time. So I'm just going to delete this. I'm just going to go ahead and delete that too. I'll add it when I get there. Okay, so now it doesn't have iterate IK, and I'm just going to make sure that it loads this stuff from... I mean, I'm going to be totally changing how it loads stuff, so... So instead of doing set IK modifier, I will do... Yeah, so it doesn't actually need to use that. That's just a signal. So I set that up. I'm going to have leg IK here. I'm going to do leg IK modification process, connect to physical skeleton, update motors. That's all it has to do. And then it's good. So up here, I think what I'm doing is I would be like, yeah, I'm going to say initialize or init chain. Yeah, I think there's a distinction here. Sometimes I might want it to fully rebuild the chain, so it'll delete it and then make it. That would be for like the editor side. But then in the game, when it's running, I want it to initialize just by only adding things if it needs to add something. Also, this should be a, yeah, this should go down here instead. So I don't want to do this in the editor. Or do I? Okay, here's what I'll say. If we are ready and we are in editor, I would like to init chain. Init will add the nodes if they don't exist. If we are not, then what I would like to do is I would like to load a chain. So the chain should already exist. Now, I think these probably have... These names are hard to follow. Let me say if we're an editor, I want to rebuild. Yeah, I want to rebuild chain. I say rebuild because it should be deleting everything and loading it back. No, it shouldn't be doing that. Yes, it should. No, it shouldn't be doing that. Because then that's every time I open the scene file, it's going to reconstruct it. So instead, what I'd like to do is I would like, in fact, why does it need this at all in the engine editor? You know what I think? Okay, no, update body mass is probably fine. Okay, so this is why it needs to exist for the body mass to change. So I can change it in the editor. Oh man. Okay. I'm going to do a little bit of a reorganization. I load that. I get the count. But then at this point, I have a split. So if we are in the editor, then I want to do this. And in fact, I don't even care about legs having an index, I think. I don't think they should. Do they need that? Oh, I don't know. Okay. Never mind. Don't do it. Oops, don't do it. Just leave it. Okay. This is working. All right. Rebuild chain. You know, I think both ways it's just going to be load chain. It should already exist. If I open the scene and I haven't built it, then that's an error and I need to, like, in the editor, I need to hit build. Right. So it'll be a function called load chain. And then I will provide it a leg physical bone chain. So here's the settings. And then I think, what else would it need? The physical bone chain, does that contain the skeleton? Okay, so the physical bone chain does have the skeleton that it goes onto. So I could, I guess, load it from there. So let me say that when I this is probably bad, actually. I think that's bad. So this is just used to get names and do this stuff. Okay, which is... It does need to have this for the tool to work. But I also very much want it to not be... Okay. I'll do underscore and say like tool skeleton. This is probably, I think, a clear enough name of what this is meant to be for, and it should not be accessed outside unless it's like part of a tool. Which would be up here. Tool skeleton is equal to body skeleton. Okay. So now here, I would do load chain. I want to put it on this skeleton. I want that chain. And then I need to give it a callback for loading special joints. Special joints. So who gets the callback? Who gets the callback? It could go on leg. It could even be on a resource itself. I could even make it like an array. Like the idea is you give an array of callbacks, it provides it to each one, and if the callback returns true, then we consider it have been constructed and we move on to the next. And if it ever returns false, then we just keep calling on a list of callbacks until one of them says yes. Which means I can set it up so that the beam joint itself has construction code to read a resource to place itself. What would that resource have? I think there's, okay, I think there's also, okay, so maybe not here. Because part of it is that the leg is just given like some very simple parameters for it, and it does a lot more than just mapping those parameters one to one. It knows its index, it knows its like, it knows its bones, it knows everything. And that determines how it places the resource. So it will go on the leg. So I'll say that. It's a method that's like build custom joint. And then that's the entry point. Okay, so now I would have to have a method here, and maybe I'm not. Maybe that's fine. And it's just expected to handle it all the time, so it will just be a void. So that's handled. So now we need physical skeleton to have load chain. I'll put it at the top of setup body joints. Is it load chain? What did I call it? Yeah, load chain. It already has a skeleton actually, so I don't have to provide that. But the skeleton isn't provided until... The skeleton's actually not provided until this calls one time. Or wait, no it is. I'm confused. When is skeleton set? Set up body joints, saves skeleton. And that is a deferred call. Okay, so... I do have to provide it. This is the ready, which means I can't add children at this point. So does it actually have to be a deferred call then? This needs to be done before update body mass can happen. Okay, no. Load chain is not adding children. Load chain is just connecting to children that exist. And if they don't exist, then it's going to complain. And then I would have to go into the editor and click build. Okay. A custom joint loader. Okay, so this is a bit different. I guess in this case, the custom joint loader does have to return the joints that it's made as an array. So this should be... Yeah, I have two things. I have a load custom joint and a build custom joint. Can I specify? Can I do a callable so it, like, I can tell it what I can return? No, there's no way to say like what a callable has to look like. Okay. Everything okay, Brad? Right. Right, so this has to return an array of joint 3D that it has determined to have loaded. And then I think it's also the case that this... Wait, an array of joints? No, it should just always return one joint. It has to return a joint 3D. And I think returning null is an error then. So this would also be a failure. Right. Returning null will be interpreted as a load error. Is that the right number of T's? Yet again. American English strikes again. This one just says this with one T. Or I just don't see that it can use two. Or no, it is only one. Never mind. It is only, okay. It's only one. Returning null will be interpreted as an error, as a load error. Now for the custom joint builder, oh, does this need to have the chain and the chain part? I think it has to have both. Yeah, because I get like tibia and then I wouldn't really know what the root was. So in addition, these have to have So these need joint resource. They also need, I think, the chain that is part of. And then the part. And probably also like an index, perhaps. Or maybe it just makes sense to return the index instead. I'll say part index and provide that as an integer. I guess in my mind it might make more sense because otherwise you would have to, if the index matters to you, you'd have to figure out what the index was. And also it's possible that a part could be listed twice, right? So I could have two parts duplicated. I don't know why I would do that, but I guess it's possible. Or well, no, yeah, that actually does make sense because if I have like two bones that I want to just build the exact same way, if I just provide the resource, I don't know which one of those two I'm building. I have to give an index instead. And then I can obtain that from the chain. I can obtain the actual resource from the chain, but then I know the index. Because the index should matter. And it might also make sense to provide the bone ID that we're putting it on, so then it's a little more clear. Or you know what, maybe physical bone chain should just have like a storage, a temporary storage that has an array of bone IDs that matches one-to-one with the parts. I feel like I might want that. This bone list. What if I did this instead? Right, and then in fact, I think this probably just comes down here. Always call that, and I clear on that error. And then here, reverse and update. And then name list. If I do this, I only have to update the part list. I don't care about updating the bone list. But then these are going to be update bone list. Those change that list. So I'm actually curious. Does this call like every time? Hmm. Okay. That should handle all that. Those errors should go away. Dog? Dog? All right. Load chain. So the idea is load chain is essentially going to be adding joints to the joint data. Other way around. Joint data to the joints. It will be adding. It's also going to be making connections between... Well, I guess there's already going to be connections between the joint and the body. Then that layout's going to be there. So if I change a setting in the part list, maybe I shouldn't do that. I don't know. Ubisoft just shut down 2 other studios. I've got to go get food. I'm going to go get food. I was thinking about like waiting like 30 minutes, but if I say I'm going to wait 30 minutes, it's going to be like an hour from now. So I'm going to go get food. I'll be back. Shutting down studios. Maybe the real thing is just don't Don't sell your studio. Don't sell your studio. Just don't do it. Oh, we're gonna go bankrupt. Okay, man, go bank. Like, go out with a bang. All right, I'll be back. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll watch it. I'm back. Alright, I've got food. But I'm going to be looking for... I'm actually going to watch this one first. So I don't have to keep stalling on it. Healthy Believe campaign, full all interviews. I don't know if I've seen this before. Apparently I didn't watch the entire, like a whole marketing trailer that existed. I only had seen like clips of it. Which shocks me. I don't know how I had never watched it. Alright. The Bamboozler. Was this a real quote? What was this? Death was never enemy of ours. We left knowing that better men would come in greater wars. When each proud fighter brags, he wars on death for lives, not men for flags. Like what? I can understand. The next war.
Nations have always built monuments.
So is this like you said this is a joke thing? Why is it 1080p but it's obviously like 720p?
Or conquest of
1600 English.
But the
I
monument
can't understand that.
doesn't favor one nation over another. It is the first of its kind to commemorate the enduring survival of a species. Our species. More importantly, it commemorates the man who
Mockumentary.
gave the world faith, who gave humanity a future, who made mankind believe again. Master Chief Petty Officer John 117. So it's no surprise that the piece itself is special. Begun 3 years ago in 2607.
I guess so definitely part of the joke is that this is like 480p. When I'm pretty sure this was not this low quality.
The monument is a diorama built entirely by hand. It is a three-dimensional snapshot of the battlefield and the soldiers who took to it that day. The scene has been reproduced with painstaking attention to detail and authenticity. Only the men and women who were there know it better. Today, we go behind the scenes to see its creation. To ensure historical accuracy, the boot camp induction scans of every Marine involved in the battle were obtained from the United Nations Space Command records. In this way, the artists were able to place the right face to the right soldier. After each face is completed, it is matched to a body which has been rendered complete with uniform and body armor, then carved by hand.
It's okay.
It was the artist's vision for this tribute to humanity that each piece be shaped by the hand of man, without
Yeah, that's an
the aid of
obvious
robotic
question.
model-making systems. Each handmade soldier is posed, painted, and placed on the battlefield, both the victorious and the fallen. Based on topographical maps of the
No. No. One sec. I'm back. A package is being delivered. He was not happy.
Today, the artists are able to replicate each hill, each plateau, and each ravine to near exact specifications. But one of the real marvels is in the cityscape itself. After fighting had ceased, meta-archaeologists unearthed the city's building archives. In them were found perfectly preserved architectural blueprints of every structure in the city. But the challenge was not to merely rebuild the structures, it was to tear them down as well. Artists worked from the city plans to recreate the destruction caused by the fierce fighting, from each bullet hole to each piece of exposed rebar. Finally, our enemies were also rendered with extraordinary detail. Covenant corpses that had been recovered after the battle provided the models for these fearsome recreations. To complete the picture, authentic Covenant weapons and armor specs were accessed to fully outfit the warriors.
I mean, it is kind of cool, even though
opposite the Marines, a clear image
it's a joke.
begins to take shape out of the fog of history. We see how we were
Because it's
outnumbered,
staying in universe.
outgunned, outmatched, and seeing that, we realized the importance of the monument. On that day, half a century ago, our species was pushed to the crumbling edge of extinction, and as we teetered on that precipice, staring down into the abyss, a hand reached out, pulled us back from the brink, and gave us hope. The hand of a hero. Can you tell us what you remember about the battle?
We'd been fighting for a while. On the seventh day, we ran out of ammo. We had to scavenge all we could from the weapons that had been left behind. The pistols, shotgun rounds, a handful of grenades.
Do you remember where you were?
When Master Chief armed his grenade, I was in the back of an overturned warthog firing an M41.
How did you manage to keep it together?
We knew Master Chief was still in the fight. He gave us hope.
I was a sniper, used a standard high-powered sniper rifle. At 600 yards, it would go through about 13 feet of flesh and bone.
What about you?
Well, I used a shotgun.
Could you tell us a bit about that one?
This one, sure. We saw a lot of these. This is an old Covenant weapon. It's a spike rifle. We call it the Spiker.
And who used it?
Well, the brutes mostly.
Can you show us how it worked?
Sure. They used it as a handgun. That's heavy. Holding an enemy weapon like this feels... I don't like it. If you'd have told me a few years ago we would be here in this place talking about this, I would have said, no way, it's not going to happen. If there's one reason why we're here, I would say it's because of the chief. This was made by a plasma rifle.
How much time did this say pass?
Right here. This is the spot. I bet I can remember every one of these trees.
How did your platoon get pinned down here?
We got word.
They're saying like they were recreating a scene from some number of years ago. They said it a few times, but I forgot. I guess it would make sense to be 50, because these guys would be in their 20s or younger. And I'm just going to assume they're probably meant to be like 60 or 70. So they're also talking about him like Master Chief died as well, which he does. Master Chief is supposed to be gone after Halo 3.
The Covenant was out here. Hunting us, and that Master Chief wouldn't be able to rendezvous with us until dawn, so we had to go dark.
Go dark?
There's no helmet lights, no readouts, nothing that'll give away our positions. Like rabbits down a hole. Invisible.
Do you mind if we turn the lights off?
Okay, all right.
What happened then?
For 7 hours, we couldn't do anything but be still and listen to them hunting us. All we could do was sit
Yeah, I was just like,
and wait for Master Chief.
give me PTSD, yeah.
For the first time in 43 years, Lieutenant Shah returns to the site of the battle.
So I'm guessing it's been 50, more than 50.
What is that?
A shell from a sniper rifle.
It's amazing there's still so many remnants out here. Where's Master Chief's grave?
I don't think anyone really knows. There was a ceremony 5 years ago, over there. Just as a symbolic.
Wow. Well, so at the end of Halo 3, the Master Chief goes into a cryopod. And for all that the entirety of humanity knows, what do you mean, wait, stop? What do you mean, stop? This game is so old. You cannot tell me no spoilers right now. So I need to play it. If this is part of the campaign and Master Chief, we already know he's back because he's in Halo 4, Halo 5, and Halo Infinite. Like he didn't die. All right, obviously he didn't die. Okay, but Earth believes Master Chief is dead, and still 50 years later, 50 something years later, he's still supposed to be dead. Yeah. They were really like, it's over. Master Chief, he comes back who knows how long later, but he's done for like 50 years.
Gesture.
Because I was gonna say they're talking about him like he's dead, and I'm like, okay, well, we know he's not dead, but they still think he's dead.
Why was the coffin empty?
Also, is this makeup? I guess I should say that I hope this is makeup. But also be really cool. I think scars like this are just too cool. They're too cool. But
5 years ago,
yeah.
over there, just as a symbolic gesture, the coffin was empty.
Why was the coffin empty?
No Spartan could be listed as KIA. They could only be listed as MIA, missing. So it could be said But no Spartan was ever killed in combat. So the ceremony was tribute more than a burial.
Doesn't look like much.
The chief told me once that no soldier should be honored for doing what is expected.
Do you believe that?
I did, and I still do.
I guess this is just the original video. Yeah. Part of writing a great story is knowing when to stop a story. Even if you don't actually have the Master Chief die, because the location of where he's supposed to be somewhere outside of, basically just far outside the galaxy, is where he is. That's really cool. What is this? Oh, this is weird. It's not written down, it's written across the thing. Wait, is it? What the? I'm so confused which way this is going. Never mind. It is down. It's just because this just says Jericho 7 and then... Okay, I guess I understand it now. See, the highest combination of bravery, countless decorations for honor and selflessness, Master Chief's greatest achievement reaches far beyond what any medal could ever hope to commemorate. Then in the 26th century, he is a human embodiment of possibility, the last Spartan standing against an angry tide. The strength of spirit is forged through his legend. Jericho 7, I don't know what Jericho 7 is. The Battle of Reach, High Charity. Tales rife with sacrifice and courage, tales that grow, flourish, and inspire. While he shapes his own history, he in turn shapes the history of all who follow. For no matter what horrors are released upon the day, they cannot match the reply of soldiers emboldened with his spirit, an army of Master Chiefs unto themselves. I mean, that's cool. Like, the thing is, there's so much... Master Chief's story still hasn't been fully told. It's all been written in books, which is fine, but... They should have gone backwards. They should have made prequels. It'd been like... It could be like a whole new trilogy, really. They can experiment with different games, and it would connect back to the Pillar of Autumn taking off from Reach. And then maybe by that point they could decide, all right, we've gotten all of our mistakes out of the way. We've figured out what we're doing. Maybe now we can make the story that Halo 4 was supposed to be telling. Without retconning this entire thing. Because basically they're saying that over 50 years later, Master Chief still has not returned. And also, it's pretty obvious this was meant to be like the end of the war. Cortana didn't happen. Right? Yeah. Because you could just have, like, you know, Master Chiefs going through. They made them into movies too, which is cool, but I wish they should have done games. Master Chief training. There's so many things that were like supposed to have. They can kind of tell whatever story they really want as long as they stuck to like what was planned for him, what was set up. And did I? Yeah. Whoops. You're not a Spartan, you know. You're like teenage Master Chief, and then whatever Jericho 7 was. They could still do them. They just don't want to. TV series we should have gone. Yeah. +43 years after Halo 3 and the Return on Destroy. Okay. There's a trailer. This. Wait, there's two things. I guess I'll do this one. Aw. Okay. Computer? Wait, what? Hang on. I actually want to see what the schools are. Because I don't... I mean, do they? You gotta step through it like. Bandana. This is what? Randomize the enemy factions present in the mission. There's Covenant and Flood. All I know is they scammed us, spammed us. What? Both. They spammed and scammed. Difference between that documentary and this already? Things you remember? I mean, I think, like, the boxiness of stuff, I think they just need to... Game UIs need to evolve. They're evolving backwards right now. They're all becoming the same. Like, I can't really complain about it because how are you going to display? I mean, there are just cool ways you could display this list. There are cool ways you could. The skull, this could be here, right? Randomizes the enemy factions. Am I forgetting? Is there a third threat? It's Covenant and Flood. So this means you're just going to see Flood sometimes. And there's this one. I mean, I guess this one's cool. Enemy factions never fight one another. Which to me just means Flood and Covenant. Weapons continue to reload while stowed. So there's a glitch in Halo CE. I think it's even in Halo 2. Actually, I don't know if they ever fixed it. But basically, if you press reload and then swap your weapon, as long as you don't pull that weapon back out after like an animation timer would have finished, the reload completes and you've reloaded it. Well, you're not using it. And I think it's I don't know. I think it's part of a speedrun strat where that's what you're supposed to do. Also, there's glitches to duplicate ammo. So basically you can finish a reload without consuming the stock pool. I think it's like you have to press reload twice and then swap weapon, and you have to wait for like a fake animation timer to end. And then when you pull the weapon back out, it'll be reloaded without having used any ammo. Yeah, I think it's definitely in definitely CE, something like that. And it's a really good glitch because on Lasso, because there's such a little ammo and there's so many enemies, it's almost a requirement to abuse that bug to be able to play certain missions, especially the library, because there are just so many flood all the time. And you can't really, yeah, it's just hard. So this is odd. They should have just programmed the glitch in instead of making it a skull. It should just be in the game. I mean, systems like have your improvements, but don't fix like well-known glitches that people liked. Don't fix those. And then don't unfix them by making this for some reason. Floor's lava? Alright, that's funny. Take continuous damage whenever touching the ground. How? I guess you have to combo that with... There's one that's like melee replenishes shields. What was this one? Oh. Right. Yeah. The changing of mechanics is just stupid. So... the assault rifle has 60 rounds in CE. That was reduced in later games because they added more weapons and then they had to balance them. And also the arrow was just kind of spray and pray anyway. And then 343 came along and they really wanted the rifle to have like 10 bullets, and the time to kill was faster than 3 continuous headshots from a battle rifle because they're just crazy. And they want no skill. They want lower skill weapons to outperform higher skill weapons. So they decided, I think, to copy that in so that now ARs in this game are normally like 20 something rounds. Like, and then they undid that with it like, yeah. Just keep it. Okay, so this is a skill. It's not an option. Ain't no way. What? Wait. Wait, how did this load so fast? I guess they're just on a supercomputer. Why do they keep this? They went through all the trouble of like changing several mechanics from the base game to go and keep this loading screen effect. Why? Why did they do this? Nostalgia bait. That's what it is. I think it's really cool. I wish games had really nice looking loading screens instead of game is starting countdown. But 30 36 rounds. Of course, they're playing on easy mode. They have not taken a single bit of damage yet. Whoa, what the hell? Oh, he got hit by a charge shot. Oh no, they get hit from the left side. What? Wait. Are they on heroic? I'm so confused. They just did so much damage. They did so much damage, but they can't aim. How many hits does he take here? Okay, wait, maybe this is easy and it just looked I missed how many shots he took. This feels like legendary damage with how quickly they were low shield. Okay, let me go to like a lower resolution so I can step through this frame by frame a little bit faster. Okay. A lower resolution. Okay, so that looks like easy, maybe normal damage. 1, 2, 3. That's a lot of damage. But the plasma pistol... Is there... The fire rates are definitely like easy. Yeah, the fire rates are definitely easy mode fire rates, but the damage was... That was like heroic or legendary. Okay, probably not legendary, maybe like heroic. That's odd. The sprint, delete it. Delete the sprint, please. That wasn't in the game.
Area secure. Let's go find the map room. That will show us the location of Halo's control center. I've been able to pinpoint the main facility by cross-referencing Covenant survey data and religious texts. We were right. It's on this island. I've marked the entrance with a nav point.
Wasn't it this much dialogue? Bathroom.
I've been able to pinpoint the main facility.
So...
Let's go find the map.
This is a button response. Enter the vehicle, play dialogue.
Room. That will show us the location of Halo's control center.
Okay.
I've been able to pinpoint the main facility by cross-referencing Covenant survey data and religious texts. We were right. It's on this island. I've marked the entrance with a nav point.
You haven't even got to like literally get around the first corner before she's... Before... Go here.
It's on this island. I've marked the entrance with a nav point.
Come on. I mean, that's just a disrespect of like people's intelligence, is really what it is. It's just disrespect for people's intelligence. You know what the mission is for. You're here to find the map room, to find the library, right? That's the whole thing. The fact that they're not throwing grenades at him, okay, there's a grenade. Yeah, it's easy. Like on normal or higher, every single one of those grunts is hard coded to like toss in the at you as soon as you drive by.
There, in the cliff wall. I'll bet the silent cartographer
My God, shut up.
is somewhere inside that facility.
No way.
Inside. We have to get in there and stop them before they learn the location of the control center.
They're still talking. Oh, melee him. Come on. Why did you not melee there?
The Covenant are putting up a real fight.
Okay, that's an original voice line. I think the other two are not.
The cartographer must be here. It looks
Why did they cut?
like there is a path into the interior of the island.
Why did they get out of the warthog? They got rid of all the rocks so you can drive up here, and they're not going to drive up here. Q-test was skipping. Okay. Okay. That doesn't make me happy. Why is he moving so stiff? Well, it's because these animations were not made to be viewed in third person. And this is obviously really lazy because he is just his torso here is just totally static on screen. There's like a little bit of leading or trailing by the camera when you strafe. This is like a really... Also, I think he's too close. He should be like taking up this corner of the screen right here. He's just a little too close in the middle. Yeah, but I don't like that they changed. I think I couldn't quite figure it out before because like the clips that they were showing, the Magnum, I was like, maybe that was a one shot on the back and then maybe it wasn't a one shot on the back. If you hit any orange part of a hunter in CE with the Magnum, they die. It does, it one shots them. It's like, it's literally like a mechanic. It was intentional. It was not an accident. So seeing here that this one takes like several shots to the orange. That one had a grenade stuck to it, so it was already super weak. Okay, wait. So he actually stuck a grenade to its back. Did it blow off the plates? When did they have that? I'm pretty sure CE had their plates come off. Maybe not. I don't know. I just know that, like, if you... So he hit it, he took a grenade, he shot him in the back. Okay, I think it did remove a plate, but, like, a little triangle here. One... That was, like, 4 more shots to the back. So, yeah, the pistol doesn't do any extra damage to that for some reason. Does he have overshield? Yeah, okay. Like, I feel like I'm seeing him take a lot of hits and his shield just still reads full. What is this ability? Wait, you have an ability to instantly regen your shield? He activates it here. What was that? Is that a passive? Also, I'm just confused. The fire rates of the enemies look like easy. They're dealing a little bit more damage, definitely more damage than easy mode would be. And then... But you're dealing very little damage to the... I can't tell. I would like to know the difficulty that this is at.
Chief, Bravo 22 was bringing us some heavy weapons. After I saw we were up against hunters, I thought you could use them.
Yeah, now this, I honestly, I will say I don't have complaints about making the Magnum a little more accurate. I think it was probably a little too inaccurate in the original game. Like, those are like small changes that I think people won't be mad about. I don't think making a weapon more accurate, people can get mad about that. Making it deal less damage, making it have less ammo, I think that's just wrong. Why does this combat feel off? Hey everyone. I'm trying to figure out what the difficulty is that they're playing at. I think the fire rates of the enemies are really low. They're hardly ever throwing grenades. He is also like taking direct hits from... He did have overshield, but he was taking direct hits from the hunters and getting hit without overshield, and he didn't lose his shield. So it's got to be like... The damage is weird. I think even on easy mode, the hunters take your shields out in one hit. Or no, I think, you know what, actually, I think what it is, it must be easy, because normal difficulty, they would take out your shields in one hit, and maybe even kill you if you were low HP. They definitely don't take out your shields on easy mode with a hit. So this must be playing on easy, but their damage just seems a little high. Also, it's third person, and it's not, they didn't put much effort into third person. Oh, I want to see how much ammo this just burned through. Oh my god. Okay. There might be an argument to say that the Covenant weapons had way too much ammo in CE. But, I mean, they're advanced electronic weapons. Like, they should have a lot of ammo relative to a bullet projectile weapon. Does anyone really play Halo in easy mode? I mean, it's probably like legendary for me, unless I'm playing some certain Halo 2 levels, then I might go to heroic, because I would just feel annoyed. But this used up like 20%. So we're starting at 58. Starting at 58. This used so much ammo. Like 15% to kill 2 enemies? They gotta increase that. That's gotta be so much higher. I think they also copied over... I don't know. These guys are like a pendulum. They always go way too far, but in the direction that's like less fun. I think they brought back the plasma pistol burning charge while it's fully charged, but it burns it slowly. But then it still uses a ton when you fire it. Or it's like it uses a lot of ammo while you're charging up, but then it burns slowly. Because there's like no way you could use a plasma rifle through a fight. Like the rifle, you can use it through the whole fight. You don't need to pick up ammo. Plasma rifle, you can like kill, I guess, 5 enemies if you're if you're not pacing it very well, and then you have to go find another one. Yeah, the plasma pistol in Halo CE, I think, did not use any charge while charging it or while holding it, and it just fired like a little bit more % when you shot it. Also, yeah, definitely easy mode. These guys have just straight up... This dude was charging and didn't even shoot. No, hunters don't care who they're shooting at. I think they care about shooting each other. I think they try to avoid shooting each other, but I think they don't care about not shooting jackals, grunts, or elites. They will just shoot them. Wait, what? What just happened? Oh, that was him shooting. Oh, yeah. I thought I just saw him fire the rocket launcher and then nothing happened. Wait, can they hear you? No, they can't. Never mind. I was going to say, I can't remember if they can hear you when you run. I think they actually don't. I think they have to see you. I won't get used to third person in this game. I mean, this is like the thing. They had third person because you literally drive vehicles in every Halo game and it goes third person. It wasn't like they didn't choose third person because... I don't know. It's just a gimmick. I would like this to have instead been a showcase of turning on all the crazy new skulls that they have and playing with them all on. That'd be more entertaining, because I'm like, oh, I want to go play with these new things, but then third person is like, this isn't interesting on its own. Also, yeah, have they made it so that there's just the health regenerates now too? So it's like, what's the point of the shields? Just delete the health bar, right? Like that's the point of the health bar. And there already was a little bit of health regeneration. I think when you go to so why? Oh no, those are not question marks. This is no one on the team that's ready to play a level where it's all skulls enabled. That, I mean, not even all skulls, but like the new skulls, because they scrolled over a few of them at the start. I was like, okay, those are interesting. There's one that's like the floor is lava, so floors you take damage on. There's one that says the enemy factions are randomized, which they say factions. It's the Covenant and the Flood. Those are the only enemies in the game, unless I'm forgetting one. Which would have been cool to play, to see them play that. There is one where they don't fight each other. So that would make sense to turn both of those two on together, so that you have Flood and Covenant all over the place and they only attack you and not each other. Yeah, I was saying with the health regen, when you go down to 1 bar, I think it refills to 3. And if you're only missing 2 bars, that will fully replenish. And then anything in between, I think, just kind of stays there. I think everything in between doesn't move up from there. So it's like the health being a regen, I think that was just stupid. If they thought that it was annoying to look for health packs, then they should just delete the health bar and just go with the red thing, you know? But yeah, I think even that's dumb. I think the looking for health packs is so much better because it's not like you go in every fight fresh. Going into a fight with full shields, full health is very different from going into a fight with full shields, 3 bars of health. Because it's like, you basically play like, I cannot lose my shield. If I lose my shield, I'm gonna die. The Microsoft game where guns are glued to the back. Well, this one makes sense because it is supposed to be that way. There are magnets on the back. There's magnets on the hips. Yeah. I kind of only read half of your message and then just said the other half. Also the sprinting, just get rid of the sprinting. Wait, did I misunderstand what this was? Oh! You know, I'll say I think this would be a fine change. This is the change that makes sense. You pick up the power-up, it does not instantly activate, you can press the button to activate it when you want. Now, that does kind of change the fact that all the power-ups were placed with the intention they would be activated at the moment you pick them up. Especially that invisibility thing. Because now it's like, okay, well, you would obviously only pick it up. When you're picking it up, you obviously want to use it immediately. But I guess for Overshield it makes sense, because if you already have Overshield... Yeah, I don't know. Actually, you know what? I'm going to say no. This is like a rare case where you've picked up the Overshield, you use it, and then you get one in your back pocket if you pick up another one. I think that's probably what it should be. They should keep the original thing where if you have no power-up, it activates immediately. But if you already have one, it puts it into like... If you already have the one that you're picking up, it puts it into like a use later slot. That's what this was. It's not, it doesn't change, it changes a little bit. It changes a little bit in the fact that they were placed with the intention that they would activate the moment you touch them. So it changes that a little bit. But it's not such a change in the way of like reducing the ammo that a weapon does, reducing how much ammo a weapon has, adding a sprint to the levels, to the game, when the levels were designed without it. So I don't know. That change is okay. It's not a negative, I think. It obviously makes the game a lot easier because you can just carry a power-up with you. Because if you already have Overshield, you can, instead of it just replenishing a little bit or whatever you've lost, you can just fully use up the current Overshield and then it'll be activated later when you want to use it. I think these markers are real. I think these are actually original markers because you could actually get lost in this part trying to escape this area. Definitely have played this game and this level and gotten lost. Though now I know it well. I wouldn't get lost here anymore. But it was really easy, like, until you've played it a few times to forget where you're going. Especially the first time. Holy crap. Okay. Yeah, this is the future of Lumen. Look at this pillar just, like, wash the entire screen. Oh my god. What the hell? This is a long streak. Jeez. That's Lumen, guys. That's the power of Lumen. That's just the graphical quality guarantee you get with Lumen. You know, ideally they would figure out how to fix that, but they're just not going to do that. This game is like done. They're just waiting for the release date. Okay. Wait. They speak English? I didn't notice that until just now. Halo 5 is just exactly what I feel like when I hear this. Hey, we're taking sight. That's just so silly. Also, I could say, oh, they did that as like a fake out for the veterans, but you just made this interaction so much easier. There's just such a funny clip of this guy smacking someone. No, stop. Halo CE. Gold Elite Cartographer. I'm just gonna write funny and see if it shows up. Come on. I just might not be able to find it. I bet it's a short. It's probably been converted to a short. It's just it's so funny because he sees him there, he throws a grenade at him. He's supposed to do the rage effect where he's like locked into an animation, but he dodges instantly. He like just flies through the character, through the player, doing his role, and then slices him in the back. Ah, come on. Can't find it. Man. Okay, can't find it. But yeah, they just made this interaction just trivial, is what they did. If they spawned him here, and he's like right there, made this a little bit different. But in the other way, it's like he walks out and then he's just like at the end of the hallway. He's so far away from you. He has to stop and rage and say heretic in sight, and then he runs at you.
The Chief and I are topside. Requesting pickup. Roger, on my way.
Oh, come on. They couldn't make this work? He's invisible. Why does he cast a shadow? Look. He's invisible. Okay, now he's not for some reason. Oh, he's glitched out. He's invisible. He doesn't cast a shadow. That's how light works. He's invisible because the light goes around him. So he doesn't cast a shadow here. No way. On dungeon default Lumen. Was this? Oh no, they blew up the back. Just why do you need the pistol to not one-shot the hunters? Why? Why does it need to not one-shot a hunter? Just let them... That was fun. Okay, 2 pistol shots, alright? Like, if you really think it's necessary, 2 pistol shots. But there was like, he took a grenade and then 5 more shots and then he died. They spanned the song the whole gameplay. At the start, I really wonder if they're cutting because they were like, they realized how much dialogue they have added. I think here, there's normally dialogue. It's telling you like, what are you doing? Or when you kill everyone, they say drop zone clear, blah blah blah. They call in the warthog, and then they explain we're looking for an entrance or whatever. And then I think you get into the warthog, and I don't think there's any dialogue there.
Location of Halo's control center. I've been able to
And then you literally don't get to drive for 10 seconds, and they put a waypoint.
pinpoint the main facility by
They give you a
cross-referencing
waypoint.
Covenant survey data and religious texts. We were right. It's on this island. I've marked the entrance with a nav point.
And then you drive up here, and they kind of messed up the dialogue because they kept one of the original lines, but it doesn't make sense now because she already spoke.
There, in the cliff wall.
This is, I don't think this was dialogue.
I'll bet the silent cartographer is somewhere inside that facility.
I bet it's somewhere here.
Inside. We have to get in there and stop them before
This
they
is
learn the
new.
location of the control center.
That's definitely new. And then she talks, and then here's the original voice line, which happens once you kill everybody. Why is that grenade glowing so brightly? Was that a glitch? This is a glitch, isn't it? This grenade is glowing. Wait. Who drops it? Okay, so that is just a glitched grenade that's glowing. My faith commands. And also, yeah, the English the whole time is just dumb.
The Covenant are putting up a real
This is original. And this plays once you kill everyone, but they delay it like a little bit, I think. I think you're smart enough to not trigger it on the frame that the last enemy dies. So here it's like,
fight. The cartographer must be here.
that's when she says the cartographer must be here. But she's said like 3 distinct dialogue lines like, it's here, it's here, it's here. And then... why did they add 3 lines here?
There, in the cliff wall. I'll bet the silent cartographer is somewhere inside that facility. Inside.
And then immediately another one.
We have to get in there and stop them before they learn the location of the control center.
Okay, so they added 2. It's literally just chattering in your ear. It's just chirping. They didn't need to add any of those lines. It's not like when they made the game the first time, they were dumb or they didn't have the budget to record more lines. These actors were like, these voice actors were like, as far as I'm aware, like dirt cheap. And they did not, I think even Steve Downs, who voiced Master Chief, didn't know it was popular until he said like he didn't even realize it was a successful game because he recorded his lines and it took a long time before the game came out. He even realized it was like any success until his children or grandchildren or something were like saying like wait, you're the voice actor for this game or something like that. And like, yeah, and like, wow. And then suddenly like all the neighbor kids were like showing up to meet him because they're like so impressed by it. So like they weren't cheaping out, they weren't dumb. They did not put voice lines here because they didn't need to be here. They did put a real one. This is the real one. Once you kill the last enemy, that's a real voice line. But like you're able to play the game and think for yourself. And then I think at this point they realized like, okay, wait a second, there's like a lot. And then they kept cutting. There's so many cuts here after this point. All the interesting things that I really want to see, there's just cuts. I want to see the cutscenes. And then there's like no more voice lines for the rest of this. At least none that are new. This one's already in the game.
After I saw we Chief,
This one's
Bravo
already in the
22 was bringing us some heavy weapons. After I saw we were up against hunters, I thought you could use them.
But yeah. Yeah, the guy who did Master Chief did not realize the level of this game, the level of popularity of this game until like people were showing up at his door to meet him. Pretty much. That's wild, I had no idea. I mean, it was recent. I don't know if he like revealed that a long time ago, but I heard that from like a recent thing that he did. Okay. Food's over. I will be right back. I'm back. Okay, what is the load chain, build chain? So it'd probably be better to have to figure out the load first, because in this case I'm like saying, here's what I would like it to look like. This would be easy to process from code, and then I can make it build that way. So I can just, yeah, I can just pretend it has any layout that I want. But I do need to look at the chain to make sure I know what I'm doing. So it starts with the bone names. So I think what I want to do is I'm actually going to make bone chain return. I'm going to say like get bone list. Does this make sense? Okay, here's what I'd like. I would like the chain to provide, to calculate the bone list for me. I say, all right, here's a skeleton. Give me the bone IDs. That's what I would like it to, that's what I would like it to do for me. It also does that as part of showing these values, the bone names, which is broken right now. Which I guess makes sense because I just broke it. So, one sec. But bone chain also needs to be active in setting the bone name whenever I change root bone or end bone. So let's do this. Let's say I have a method that is like get bone list, and I have to provide this skeleton. I always have to provide it. If there's no skeleton, I just return the current bone list, which should be it in 32, right? So then I say, I mean, I think it probably just, maybe it can just calculate every time. could it calculate every time? Okay, I think I say this. If there's no skeleton, yeah, let's see. If there's no skeleton, and I'll make this a default null so you can not include it. This boolean is not set. I return that value. Otherwise, I am recalculating it. And if there's no skeleton, return nothing. And then, yeah, for all of these, it's just return nothing. Technically, I can actually just do return bone list. It will start true. Tool skeleton goes away. Validate property. This would be I can provide a callable, right? Can I make, yeah, hopefully this means I can't make it null. Can assign null. Cool. Okay. So that's how I'm going to set that up. I kind of don't like how this is going so far, though. I really don't like to have flags that do that. So and then here's interesting. Bone names. I don't want to do pack string array. You need to do an array of string name. I could also make it a callable to get to do that. I think it's just that I don't want this one to know about a skeleton. I don't want it to know about a skeleton. I want to give it a call. I want to give it a function that it can call. And then yeah, I don't use bone name list. Yeah. So now whenever leg runs, I think technically right here, when this asks, I provide it. But I think I don't want to do that. I think I just want to leave this on ready. Because ready should be called once all these are assigned. So here I can just say if... Oh. Because it's not ready yet. It's actually not ready yet. Let's just do this. When I assign body... Oh, I call notify property list changed, which actually forces validate property to run. Okay. Jeez. It's just... There's not enough space. There's not enough space here. Okay, so I set the two callables. That's good. And then, where was I going with that? Yeah, it's so that get bone list, I can provide a skeleton, and it will calculate it from there. But only if it's been changed. Or only if I provide null. So update, yeah, so these do an emit changed, and I guess what I'd like to happen is have the leg be a listener for this. Okay, you know, I'm just gonna do it this way. Whenever I set this, I'm going to do this notify property list changed is only so that this could run. That's the only reason, so this can run. Which I have to do it, actually. So what I will say is I think I leave it like that, but I want these callables to be applied whenever I get a physical bone chain, not when I validate property. And then these settings should notify property list changed. So let's do that, which forces this one to run. And then that emits changed, and I want the leg to listen to that. This has got to be organized too. So many things here. So physical bone chain, when I update that, if I have it and a body and a skeleton, in fact, I'm going to do this. I'm going to say this will call something that's like, gotta make this be a setter. I'll just have a method. We should call it this. This is a better name. And then these move down here. Does the callable? It just says notify property that's changed. So I connect it there. And yeah, I'm gonna move this up here instead. Okay, and then I want to say I want to do this call where I tell it to update the bone list, update part list. I want to call this. It's a really big name, but I think it's right. And I guess this only matters here. Hi, dog. Do you go outside? Okay. I'm gonna take the dog out. I'll be back. I'm back. All right. So if I have these, I set the callables and I call a refresh part list bone names. Whenever these are set, actually this one doesn't have to do that. Get bone name. Wait, did I? How did I do that? How did I invert these? Okay. So when I set the bone name hint, I want to do this. This does not need to change that. Bone name hint needs to update that. So when this is changed, that is because well, yeah, when it's changed, I want to refresh the bone names, but I don't need to give the bone hint necessarily. Then change is also always called whenever body and body is changed. Okay, this seems right to me. Seems right to me. 4,000 errors? That's crazy. How did I get 4,000 errors? Alright, that seems right to me. Load custom joint. Right, here's the plan. Load custom, oh no, not that. Here. Load chain. I'm gonna write to assume a node structure that I wanted to have. So this will also build up the body joints. That's the purpose of this. So it needs to create the bodies and then load the joint data. So it would be, it is also actually responsible for creating joint data. It also calculates joint priorities. But I think as far as joint priorities go, if I want them to be in nested levels, such that I would read everything, the order that I see joints on Tarsus part would be reversed for priorities. So I would have 0, 1, and then it would be 2, 3, and that's where it would stop. but the joint priorities and individual leg could be different. What do I want to happen? I think what I would like to happen is that I mean, I think I probably follow it like the bone structure. So once everything is assigned, I calculate priorities. So setup body joints would be responsible for calculating the priorities at that point, which it just runs through. It would be able to run through joints, I think. Building up that list, I guess. Joint priority map. Yeah, there's a lot of like. I need to figure that one out again. I'll have to kind of redo that one, I think. Okay, but load chain will load everything. It won't set up priorities. Priorities get set up on the setup body joints, which makes sense. I mean that in like the way of the name, because they'll be loaded, but they won't be set up yet. Okay, so load chain, what do I want to happen? Right, I know that the chain needs to be provided a bone list. So that's the first thing that I know I'm going to need. Provide the skeleton. Can I just like click edit on this and then I'm gonna close that scene? Okay, the inspector's still closed. Right. So I've got the bone list of IDs. These IDs should correspond one-to-one with the part list. So I guess I can check right away. And in fact, I'm going to do this if chain... If this is 0, I'm going to call this an error. And I guess this all fits on one line. Not really. Why does it do that? If I do this, does it do that? Yeah, okay. So if these are not the same size and this is a This is a problem. Let's do return. Needed. Needed that, but got this. Return. Okay, and then I need to verify that every part is also not null. I guess I can check up here. Say this. Hey Zuzu, I'm here for the feet pics, so there are none. And then that's return. Damn, yeah. Sorry. Okay. None of them are null. I have the same number of parts as the bone list. There's at least one. Ready to go. So I have realized that this does make the assumption that you definitely want to have IK. That may not be true. Okay. What I could do is I could leave the IK as it is, and then have something about the generic, or just the 6 degree of freedom options. Then I would have a boolean that says copy from IK. Yeah, I kind of need to have like every option from 6 degree here, from 6 degree of freedom, don't I? It's not necessarily the case that I'm going to have IK. But it would be nice to define IK here. And I don't want to save these on IK because IK will wipe this if it changes. So I want to keep IK settings here for sure. Maybe motor settings, motor enabled. The idea here is that it would just turn on only a motor on the rotation axis for IK. But then if I'm copying, I would want to hide the other ones and not even save them. But it may be that I would still like to have IK on or off and have that option. Okay. I think this just means I have to copy the entire 6 degree freedom thing into this. I also need to say if IK is even going to be a thing. This needs to be like I need a boolean. I don't want to put it up here on this. I'd like it to stay in there, so it's more obvious. And then right here. So now I need to open up this so I can look at what this looks like. So then I can just copy these. And I'm just going to copy... I think just the limits for now. That's all I know for sure that I may want to use later. And I guess these would be subgroups. And I'm going to leave those other three out. I'm just going to have the upper and lower distance. Yeah, it needs to be like joint limit X enabled. And I'll Joint to limit x. Linear limit. Joint limit. These should be ranges. Or less or greater, and I will hide control. And then suffix meter. Yeah, this sucks. Also, why is it allowing me to do float true? Okay, so there's linear limit, and then I would have angular limit. Joint. It's so long. Should I specify linear limit? I guess I should in case I decide I want to have spring or motor in there in the future. And these will all be degrees, which can just be, though upper angle and lower angle are sliders, so I guess I should match that and take these out. Or they go to 180. And yeah, I don't see a reason to do that. Did let me go higher than that? Nope. Okay, I'm just gonna copy this whole line. Okay. We have that copied. Joint settings, linear limit, X enabled, lower upper, all meters, angular, all degrees. And then And then I think what I want to do is just say, have like a Boolean here that says if there are IK settings, copy the limitation. Yeah, I'll just say like copy IK limitation. Is there a way I can describe this in a way that means only the IK limitation? So if I say the rotation axis or the limit, what is it? Okay, this is wrong. The rotation axis here should be X. I just didn't set that up yet. So copy IK limitation. I'll say IK limitation angle. But I think I want to just make these true. Because I think usually I'm going to be having these be on and then I'm turning them off. Or should I do that? I mean, really it should be that things are off unless you're very certain that you want the limitation. Okay. So only copy the angles, so any other setting will be retained. And I think this is a case where if I have this turned on, I would like this to update it automatically. So it will immediately go and look for this, and if it is a valid rotation axis, that'll be the thing, and then it looks at the limitation resource angle to try to figure that out, and it applies the offset. Copy IK limitation angle. Trying to think of the name of this method. It'll call this method. Jeez, so like my keyboard doesn't work or something? I don't know. I'm missing the keys. Copy IK limit to joint. Yeah. And then the bone chain itself, or yeah, I would like it to be and then up here as well. So when I change the rotation axis, setting changed. Oh my gosh. I'll say update joint limits. No. I want the resource to handle it itself, so if I change it, the resource will update. But now I just realized that I need to leave room for these things. That one can't really run. But all of this, there's all of this. So if the rotation axis changes, oh man, I can't. Okay, I'm gonna pull my trip, but I'll also be right back. So I'll be back really quick. I'm back. All right. This is related to changing it. What? I guess I just wonder what order does this happen in? I can't change. Okay, so definitely no matter what setting changed, whoever's listening to that signal cannot change the rotation axis. They can only read it. But do I need to, if this changes a joint setting limit, do I need to emit for that one too? I think as long as I emit for both, it's fine. But it would make sense that I emit this one first, and then I would call that like update. Just say update joint setting. But here, if I turn it on, yeah, I guess I would want to do that, right? So this will be up the joint setting. It should be an underscore. I guess I'll document it. Updates copy joint setting from IK limitation. And yeah, I just do the test. If not, copy limitation angle, we're done. Otherwise I do this and I will say must emit the setting change. But it will only be the one that's relevant to it. So in fact, I don't even need to do emit because whichever one I change is going to call out here. So now I just have to copy this 12 times. Or I guess just 6 times. So this will be I'll just copy it like this. So I know for a fact I need to fix every one of these. Start at the bottom. I'll also do those. It's just ridiculous. And I wouldn't need any of this. If this was just how it worked already. You know what? Okay, hang on. There might be something here. Let me look. I have to go to issues. GitHub is weird because I think when you search from here, it's only going to show you PRs. But when you search from issues, you can make it return issues or PRs. What? Okay. This would be a proposal, right? I haven't really read this before. Let me read this. Or at least if I have read this, I've forgotten it. Does this person do terrain 3D? I feel like I just recognize this because I've seen it in terrain 3D. Okay. Am I saying terrain 3D? Terrain. There's a terrain plugin for Godot, and I feel like this, I just recognized it. Okay. It's a very distinct profile picture. This is funny. Jeez. Limitation be easily worked around. What? Does the proposal help users overcome a limitation? Proposals that overcome a specific limitation are more likely to be accepted. Can the limitation be worked around? If the feature is only intended to save users a few lines of code, it is unlikely to be accepted. Okay. So either way, it's a limitation. So why not make like a workaround be built in? I feel like what I'm writing here would not be an uncommon pattern. If I knew that my resource, I wanted to always ping out that this property changed and it changed to this value, instead of writing a set for it, which would have to be... Wait a second. Wait a second. I might be dumb. Do I even have that, though? That's the question. Do I have a set? Okay. Okay. Well, I guess it is sort of an issue that when I do the emit, I have to make sure it's a deferred signal. It can't be an in-place signal. I believe set returns override this method to customize behavior as set. Oh. Including properties defined with export. But I have my own custom thing. I have a custom thing. So I have a custom modification, but I can't use it. Damn it. I can't use it because it's a custom modification. Right. So this literally can't be worked around. This is a common thing. I have to use this because doing the set requires that engine modification that I've made, which will always prefer to call set no matter what, even though I probably should have updated the documentation. Okay. So now that I know that's there, I guess I look at all discussions and do custom resource property. Add reference export properties. Wait, what? Huh? Scene is auto-loaded when game state is loaded. I want all game states to be loaded. But when they currently have the game states, okay, yeah. This is not what I'm looking for. Well, I mean, I want to see if that might have been something, but then I just got confused by what they were even asking for. I just had to look at it for a second. Hmm. Resource property changed. Closed. Closed. Observable? This would be nice. There's a closed pull request. Yeah, I don't get it. I feel like reducing boilerplate is definitely nice. So I don't understand why there's a whole list at the very bottom that says, or a whole thing at the bottom that says, oh, if it's only removing some lines of code. This isn't, I mean, that's what I would call some lines of code. This is a couple lines of code that's being saved. The issue is that usually you have to do it many, many times. Weird. Honestly, like, this could be resolved by just having a signal that when a value is set, it calls the signal on the thing automatically. Which I think probably wouldn't cause too much. I guess the difference here is like probably performance. Yeah, I think just making it be like a signal that is always emitted would be nice. Yeah. You don't get. The thing is, you don't actually get that. Because then you have to manage, you can't be an export anymore. Now you have to do a whole setup. So this is actually just, I mean, that's just bad. That's just bad. That's just wrong. Maybe not that. That's just wrong. Straight up wrong. You cannot do it by doing this. And the anytime any property, I mean that he immediately goes on to say you can't listen to this from other nodes. So that doesn't help with other nodes. It also doesn't help with resources because resources don't get set. Because then you have to move the exported thing to a whole custom property, get property list, get set. You have to implement 3 methods and handle all of that logic. It doesn't work. Yeah, this is just a... I'm gonna say, this is a brain dead response. This is really stupid. This is like borderline Reddit. I happen to know an answer, and I'm not gonna think about it any more than that. Yeah, it's just crazy. I believe it's get property list. Yeah. Yeah, you have to implement get property list and get, just so you can implement your custom set which calls a signal, which you would then have to do for every single resource and every node that you may want to listen to. So you're just going to be copying like 100 lines of code everywhere. That's just bonkers. You don't pay for the signal unless the list is not empty. Plus, it's not like GD script is like inherently a performant thing anyway. Like I would really bet that that checking to see if the variable if there's any signals is faster than actually updating the value of the variable. I would literally bet that. Because in one case, you're jumping from GD script interpreter over to code and then back. In the other case, you've already made the jump and you're just adding the signal check. Really, it's not performant. I mean, this is what he's saying. And he's just wrong. He's just wrong as well. It's totally incorrect. Signals are a list of functions, of function pointers. Checking if the list is empty is nothing. You're definitely spending more time jumping from GDScript into from the interpreter into plain C++ code than you are checking the size of a list, which is just an integer comparison. And the fact that there's 7 thumbs up on this, that every single one of the guys who thumbed up this are stupid. They are. I see some big names there. They are not thinking. That's a stupid response. I think the whole thing of having an annotation, having to have the signal, it's all because you just can't generically listen to a value changing. You have to write boilerplate. Smoke and mirrors. I mean, what I said was, he knew that this could be an answer for some people, and that's where he stopped thinking. He didn't consider the fact you have to write, you have to now implement get property list, you have to implement get, you have to keep a variable. I mean, implementing get property list is already kind of crazy to do. That's a lot of code just to do that. Then you have to implement get and set. They have to do string comparisons, and then they can update the value. they had to do type checks. You have to do a type check to make sure you're getting the right type of value. And, I mean, it's crazy. It's way too much. I can see, I mean, like I said, the main issue is that this doesn't just extend to only properties on your own objects. You would want to you would prefer to just be able to listen to properties on anything. So you don't have to rely on a plugin spamming observe on every single parameter, because every plugin would be written with it. It would be like bad practice to do any plugins or add-ons that don't have every single parameter with an observable tag. I mean, yeah, this is definitely just something that people want. Developers want. And also, here's the thing, like, it just doesn't work. Like, if you would rather just write the exports here, you can't use set because the engine by default will not call a custom set if you write it like this. You have to write the custom, you have to write the property list and get as well. You can't just inject in between. Because then if I want this add-on to be able to do something like that, which I just want, I literally have to listen to every single one of these. Because my plan is that I'll be able to change this in one place and it'll update on the actual nodes that are connected to it. Which means I have to write the same 3 lines of code, really, for everything. I was just looking to see if anyone made a proposal or an issue or an open PR for that. There was a PR for observable. It was closed. Which maybe I should go look and see why it was closed. I'll go see why it was closed. I mean, yeah, that's probably valid. The annotation just does too much. I mean, at that point, you probably would just be looking for like an annotation system if you really wanted that. Yeah, honestly, I think it's just this. The ability allow getters and setters to take additional properties. Oh yeah. That one could solve it, I guess. But then you still have to write the set everywhere. When the only thing you're doing is just... I mean, again, I think every single time it boils down to, I want a signal to emit with the property name and the value. Or maybe even the prior value. Like, I think people just want this signal. That's all they want. They don't need to implement it. They just need to like make it exist on an object in general. This could just be a property that exists on objects in general. Object has property list change signal. It could have property changed signal. Does ref counted have anything? No. Resource has, frustratingly, a changed signal, but it does not give you the property name. It doesn't even give you the property name that changed. So, and this is also just devastating as well. It is not emitted automatically for properties of custom resources. Literally, why not? Why should it not be? Also, I can see exactly where this code would be added to. As soon as I remember where it would go. Is it here? Yep. Right here. This. There would just be a signal that says, hey, it's emitted. Here's the name. This is custom as well. It's the custom thing that I was talking about. At least I think it is. Because we're checking the script instance getter first, which this checks for like an override for the underscore get or underscore set. But the other issue is that I want it to only happen after the value has definitely been set. And yeah, possibly provide the old value. Though the only problem with that one is it would require every single set to be preceded by a get, which could be pretty annoying if it's like down here when it happens. Set indexed. What? Yeah, it would essentially be like just prior to every return, it would be a signal. And maybe only on certain ones. Maybe only here, here, and here. It would just be a signal up there. Emitted when the object script is changed. Wait, I just saw that. Right. So I guess in one case there could be... Well, I think object set is only from... Is this only from scripts? I think this might be only from scripts. I don't know if object set is ever used internally. No, I think it's used when loading. When it loads whenever it loads a resource, it will call set on it for every single value that it's loading. Which that could be annoying. Well, the scripture sure is not OnlyFans. What? Maybe only scripts, I don't know. I think it's definitely called for custom resources. Because I think that change that I made was intended for a custom resource to be loaded and to do things with it. Because this is just insane to look at, right? Okay, limitation, rotation, offset, emit, update joint setting, copy that line. And I'm not going to follow custom axis vector. I might. Yeah, I think I'm going to ignore that one and this one. I don't think either one of those do matter. Just the resource and just the offset. It's also not going to work very well if the offset is not perfectly aligned. Okay. Update joint settings. If we're not copying, we stop. If we are, I need to check the rotation axis. If the rotation axis is 0, 1, 2 is greater than 2. And then if I don't have a resource, okay. All right, where do I have this? I have this written somewhere. I would have it written here. Somewhere in here. I have it written. All of this. I'm just going to copy all this. So I have a limitation, that limitation angle, rotation offset. So I guess you do limitation. Do that. If I have it, I obtain the angle and then rotation offset. Would be equal to that, I guess. Whoa. When I is equal to the rotation axis, I ignore it. Otherwise, if it's positive. And I suppose at this point I would say, yeah, because here I have it turned on, and then my limitation, my rotation offset has a weird angle. So so let me do this. Okay. I'm going to say there. And then I say resource name, resource path. I'm going to act on the limit access string. Do this. And if rotation axis, just copy all this. Limit x on the limit axis string. There's rotation on the rotation axis. And then limit axis string again. No, I meant offset axis string. Okay. That's a big error handle. All right. So then I say if rotation axis is equal to 0, we're setting the x-axis. So this would be joint, angular, limit, x, lower limit. And then it's just gonna be like this. Yep. Should be good. Now I will see what happens. I need this custom boolean to show up though. Copy the angle, and it just copied an angle limit, 60 degrees. So what do I say? 120, x is upper 60, lower negative 60. Great. Great. And then if I were to change this to the y-axis, bam. Z-axis, all custom x. And then if I reduced, that one does not listen to it. Okay, so when I set limitation resource, is connected to update joint setting. Then I do limitation resource changed disconnect update joint setting. And then I'll do this, and hopefully this one emits changed. It's possible it may not. So hopefully it does. So I will Tarsus joint cone limit. I will reset these. Great. So now they stay in sync. Okay. No errors. Hang on a second. It's definitely interpreted, right? Actually, you know what? I'm not sure about that. I don't know for a fact if GDScript is interpreted. I'm pretty sure it is. Pretty sure it is. Even though it can be like broken down into like more performant like bytecode. But unless it's literally compiled into C++, which I just really doubt that it is. Unless that's the case, it would definitely be slower to do this. This is definitely slower. To write a setter that just sets the value and then emits a signal. This is definitely slower than just having a signal emit internally by the engine. The best possible implementation in GDScript is definitely going to be slower than if the engine just did it for you. Okay. I'm just going to put a note on why these are ordered this way. That's why I have this one last, because I think I'm literally never going to use that one. My own stuff. Okay. So that's all in there. Update joint settings, and then what I'm going to do is once this is done, I'm going to say oh, that will emit for me. Never mind. Sorry, I'll have to do that. Those emit for me. Cool. Okay, so back to bone chain. No, back to here. This will now... I now have the part list, I have all of that. These are going to be on. So I think the first thing that makes sense is to probably just go and construct the joint. Okay, well I'm actually not constructing the joint. I would look for the body that this represents. So I'm going to go through and I would technically like it to be this should be fast in the sense that I don't want it to be unnecessarily slow. And an unnecessarily slow thing would be that it obtains this bone list and it has to search the entire scene tree every time. Or at least the nested structure every time to find the body that is correlated to this bone. Right? The body correlated to this bone. Because at least in this case, I know that if I'm loading the chain, I can go through the scene tree. I would only have to go through the scene, the skeleton children one time to look at these bodies. Oh, but also I know where they should be. Maybe that's the case. I know where they should be. So I can say that these should be in a node that has a metadata tag that's like It can be whatever I want. What would I want it to look like? And I crashed it by opening the scene. Okay, that's cool. Wow. Unless I had an infinite loop. I may have an infinite loop. Nope. Still possible. Okay, no infinite loop. Yeah, it just crashed for fun. Okay. Alright, what could this look like? I would have the legs sitting out here. The legs would just be sitting. I mean, the legs will be wherever I want them to be. I think it might be preferable if they were inside of this location. Maybe. If they were from there. But I guess I don't know that for sure. So maybe here's what I'll say. I can use the name of the resource, but then I may want to no. I think because these names are unique to a chain like this is a one-to-one mapping. So this bone chain maps to this resource name. I can just create a node with that name and expect that it's going to be under that name. Or maybe not. Resources can change names, so maybe what I do instead is I have a node whose name has that, but it would have a meta value that is the ID. The UID of this resource. Hey, Denlon. Drops my burlap full of potatoes. Oops, I dropped my burlap full of potatoes. That's great. Or not. I'm going to put this in a different function just because I don't like it being here. I just don't like it being there. Play Minecraft, make sure to install Jenny mod on the server. Okay. If not validate bone chain, return, and now I don't have this big mess sitting at the top of the function. And then why are you mad about that? Because I have to pass in chain. Of course. That would only make sense. Validate bone chain chain. And then it also needs skeleton. Bone chain. Validate bone chain. So now that we're safe to run through this, bone not found, it's whatever. So, it can be wherever I want. Do I want to do the UID? Yeah, I'm going to say the UID of the resource. Let me just check. Chain ID. It's not scene unique ID. It should just be like... Do I misunderstand? Yeah, it is a UID. In fact, this one is deep. Is it actually that I would look for... Hmm. Okay. I've got an issue. Resource scene unique ID. Because that's what I want to get. I want to get that UID. Because that should never change. I can change the name of the resource, but it won't change that UID. Oh, unless that's the... No, that's not the UID of the actual resource script. I guess I can look at this one and see the same thing. Yeah, these are unique IDs. So... Resource scene unique ID. Get scene unique ID. Return scene unique ID. It's definitely just like not that. Yeah. Because the scene unique ID is this thing where it's like a number followed by an underscore and then actually in this case it's actually just like 5 letters is what it really is, but then they're always preceded by a number that increments. Where's the resource file? Resource UID. Wait, so how is it provided? How do you access this? I don't save it anywhere that I can see. Thanks for following, No Boss. But it's right there, resource UID. So what does this do? It's an object. Okay. Oh. Is this... Get singleton. Oh. All right. Right. Get ID. Get ID path. Path to UID returns the unchanged path. Okay, so I would do path to UID. Okay, so that's how that works. All right. I still don't want to have to scan over everything because this is a load, so it needs to happen at the start. Ideally, everything is there. So how about I do this? How about I do... Can I listen to... Well, hang on. Okay, if I know that it's going to be under a specific node... I can... Okay, so what do I have? I have load chain and I have build chain. Build chain is going to delete everything and make it all new. Load chain is going to assume everything is already there. Okay. Load chain is going to assume everything is already there. So I just have to find... I could store meta on the skeleton, I think, which could tell me... I'm just trying to think of like how to access this node, because I would even like the node to not have to search the entire child list to find this node every time. Maybe I just look for a node with a certain name, and then I get mad if that node doesn't have the name I'm looking for. No, I think... How do I access unique names? Like, how do I create... How do I do that? I think I don't want to do that. I think I don't want to create a unique name. I just kind of got sidetracked. There's for the custom joints, I just realized I can't add child. I can't do that. Where is it gonna add child to? There's just not enough room. It does have to return as a transform. I'm pretty sure it will read in the transform, and I can access the transform, and I would just save it to a local value. I'm just going to check to make sure that's right. Scene 3D. Node 3D. Set transform, data local transform. If I run get transform, what do I get? It returns data local transform. It will update local transform. But there won't be anything for it to do. Set Euler scale. Okay. And then I think here it needs to be given the body. So the part index, the chain, and it needs to be given the rigid body it's supposed to be loading this joint from. This one needs to do this. Probably the same thing here too. Can I have trailing comma? I think I cannot. I can. Maybe. Okay, so physical skeleton is given the skeleton because it may not exist yet. That's the thing. It may not exist yet. But I suppose what I should do is probably just set it. Really? Yeah, I think I just need to set it. Because I can just set it. So before I run this, I will make sure physical skeleton, if it exists, has skeleton set. And this shouldn't have any setter on it. Yeah, there's nothing. Okay. Alright, so the reason I do that is so I can just cache it. Cache that node. So I'm gonna have I would like it to be just in a node. What happens if I put it into a node? I'm just gonna do node. So I'm gonna say I will make this have a get. Make it be null. And a get chain node root. No organization for any of this. Get chain node. Just do it this way. If not, I set it and then I return it. If I don't have one, I want to find it. I only want to find it. I don't want to make a node. I only want to find it. So I will do doesn't skeleton get children? It already returns an array of node. Okay. Get meta, and now I need a meta thing. Call it physical bone root. I'll call it physical chain root. Right, and then that's it. Okay. All right, so then I want to access I guess I can say if not chain node root. Yeah, I guess I say push error, which will say skeleton at I think you technically can. No, you can't. Oh, yeah, you can add metadata. But I think it's... Is it different? Underscores are reserved, so yeah, you can't make one yourself. And it will be hidden from this list. Yeah. You have to make one yourself. Skeleton at skeleton get path. I'll do this because I think I'll just probably call it chain root. You must run it yourself. So if we don't have it, then we don't have it. And then And then what I will do is I will look inside of here to find one who's... I mean, yeah, at this point, if I think everything exists, then I can... have a... I don't really want to do, I think... Well... Okay, here's my issue with the getter, is because it technically calls a function, and if I'm calling it many times, I'm doing this many times. I would like to be sure that I'm only calling it one time. So I'm just going to say chain root node is going to be an underscore. And I don't pull it directly. And then I'm going to have a map. No, not part. I'm mapping not part UIDs. Map chain UIDs to node holding all the chain nodes. And then I don't actually have to access this. Chain node map. Be a dictionary of I guess it would be string to let's say string name. Okay, here's the thing. The UIDs, these are integers. So text to ID extracts the UID. Okay, so I do want to do that. Yeah, I would like to do int. Int to a node. And then I don't have a get chain root node. Or I do have that, but I don't check that here. I would say, well, I guess I can check it there. Load chain node map. And then this So then what I'll do is I go through each of these children. So for child in chain root, get children. I'm expecting a meta value to tell me the ID that that node was created with. Chain resource ID. Zero. And yeah, I suppose 0 is always going to be, what type is it? Int 64. That's signed. Invalid ID is -1. Awesome. Can I make it be that? Great. Great. Skip over it. And then I just put it into the map. Load chain node map. At the top, it will just do chain node map clear. Well, I guess it checks if it already exists. Return true. What is with the sign? Okay, set. I want to set this ID to be that node. Good. So now I've got both of those. I have the mapping loaded. So now what I do is I go through the chain and, or well, I look to see if that chain exists. So I need to get the node. The key will be this ID. Integers are like counting numbers on your hand. Anything above 10 is way too much. Well, there are probably very few things that you could hold more than 10 of. Well, maybe not very few things, but there are there are more things that you could not hold more than 10 of than there are things that you could. Chain ID. Do I need a function for this? I think I kind of want one. So I'll just do that. Uninhabited, return invalid. Validate bone chain. Name and God's path. Get path. It's handled. So I'm just going to assume that this will not be null. Actually, that doesn't make any sense. Because if there's something that you cannot hold 10 of, then it must be large enough that you could break it into pieces that you can hold. Which would require to break it into at least 2 pieces. So for every one thing you cannot hold, there is at least 2 things you can hold. So that doesn't work. Never mind. But if you can't hold 10 of it, then yeah, that's probably too much. It's probably too many things. Get chain ID. What am I doing? I have to do path. Which will be resource UID get it's hiding it from me. Path to UID. It's not a get. Path to UID. Chain. Resource path. If it does not have it, it returns the same value. But then I can just do text to ID, which I'm sure will just say invalid ID if it fails. Text to ID, if it does not begin with that, or it is that, return invalid ID. Okay. And then it extracts it. And then it returns invalid ID if it ever fails. Good. So maybe I don't need to do that. No, I can't do that because it's a really annoying thing that this does. I would just like to do this. Is there really not a simpler way to do that? Resource UID ID. Oh. Resource loader get resource UID. Resource loader get resource UID. Has custom UID support get resource UID. What? That's not a thing. Oh, no, it's a resource format loader. File access open. That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right. Loader get resource UID. Oh wait, that's exactly what this one calls too. Get resource UID, resource loader. That's weird though, because it opens that path.uid, but that doesn't exist. That's not here on these files. File access if file is valid. So it's going to fail? Oh. There it is. It's in a different place. All right. That's good. Get resource UID. Though it does call file access. Which is a little bit annoying. But resource UID has a map. Unique IDs and UTF-8 paths. Unique IDs. That's pretty annoying. Technically, these can go both ways. This is like, it's a unique function where one UID is one path. And one path is always one UID. It could be better, because it doesn't need to actually go to the file system to get this. Which, in this case, might make it really annoying to deal with. Because this could be loading, this will just be constantly loading from the file system. Unless file access keeps it in memory. Which it would have to do that. Which would also be kind of annoying to keep it in memory. It looks like it wouldn't. Okay. Try packed data first. If flag mode is not right, it's not skip pack, and packed data exists and it's not disabled, try to open the path. Packed data. Great. There's no packed data, there's packed data container. Is packed data this? The container? No. It's not that. Okay. I'm gonna say forget that. This should absolutely be cached. Or did I just miss it? Does get resource UID check a cache? Or resource loader? Wherever it was. It's text. Resource format text, if I can see it. Resource format text, resource format text. Up at the top. You just go straight for it. Okay, so I really can't do that because that would be like loading. This would be running for every part, for every chain, or no, for every chain. So this would every time a crawler loads, it's gonna do six file reads. So I don't want to do that. All right, well, if I know it's just gonna be the resource path, then how about how does resource UID produce one from a path? Create for path. It takes an RNG and it seeds it by taking the project name, multiplying that by the lowercase path hash, multiply it by the MD5 hash. That would still be better. Though identical files with different case will run into a hash collision. While true. Create ID. I guess what I could do is I could have... Alright, how about... How about I just do this? I get the resource path, and... The thing is, I would like there to be something that stays the same all the time. So, okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna make my own thing. Actually, if I know that it's based on these two things, the root bone and the end bone. No, but I want it to not change if I change those. Hey Nobus, can you tell me what's a crawler bot in this case? I'm trying to learn Python. The crawler bot is this guy. It crawls on the ground, and it's gonna be a robot. So I'm trying to make it so that I can get away from managing, where is it? Managing all of this. What is it? 3 times 6, 18 times... like 5 to 6 nodes per leg segment. I would like to not have to manage this manually. So I'm writing code that is allowing me to just generate it from a smaller set of resources and load it. And I can change, like, if I want the last segment of every leg to be a little bit longer or something, I can do that. Not exactly, but if I want to change the collider on it, I can change that. And it will update all of them at once. Instead of me having to go through and like update the transforms for all of them every time. Well, where did I just go? Alright, this, I need this to have just an ID that exists, that will be created. And it will be... It will be the path. It will be a hash of the path and the 2 bone names. No, I think it'll just be a hash of the path. Dang it, now the question is, when do I create it? I guess I only create it when I hit build. I guess that's what I do. When I hit build, I create this value. Yeah, that's it. Then I will... usage default and then make it read-only. So I can at least see it. They do what? Hash 64, they OR them, and then they trim off the high bits for some reason. They take one random number, and then they take another random number, shift it up. 32. And they OR them. Why would they do that? Because aren't you just ensuring that the highest... Are you just ensuring that the highest 32 bits are more likely to be 1 than 0? Or does RAND only return a 32-bit integer? I'm gonna guess that RAND only returns a 32-bit integer. So that's why. But I think I'm just going to do hash 64, because that is a 64-bit number. I may as well return it. And then if any of these are empty, so if I do not have a resource path, or I do not have a root bone, I think I'll start with this. Jeez. One. Oh wait, if we take off that bit, then it's guaranteed to be positive. In fact, that's not even a bit, that's taking off like a whole a whole byte or 4 bits, right? Yeah, that's taking off 4 bits. Why? Oh, no, 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 that is only taking off 1 bit. 7 is just 1. Yeah, so negative value is guaranteed to be wrong. Her name is Norma. Who's Norma? Still don't know who that is. She made with love, not Python. It is technically not Python. Resource name. Resource path. It's just Jon Snow version of Python, but worse. Thanks for the clarification. I gotta wrap it up. I'm actually past my time. So what is it? Hash. Hash returns an int. Is this a signed int? What? How is a hash to... That's not a hash. Same sire. All right, CR1. Thanks for hanging out. You did pass 8 hours this time. Yeah. I mean, it's not like I look at and say like, oh, I need to be 8 hours. I just want to be done at 4, and at least try to get to 4. And I'm over an hour not over an hour. 40 minutes past that. Because it's, I mean, at least in my mind, it's like I'm stealing tomorrow's motivation by working extra today. What are you doing after this? I'm probably going to do other programming. I just like code so much. Huh? You asking me? Right? Nerd? Yeah. Should I just do MD5? Can I do that? MD5? Search MD5. String MD5 text, MD5 buffer. Get MD5 string. Yeah, I think I would like that. How MD5 is a hex, so how can I do hex to integer? Hex. Hex to int. Hex decode. Hex to int. Okay. All right. So I do MD5 and hex. Now I don't regret distracting you with halo baits. No. Okay, so I'm doing the path, the root bone, and the end bone. So I'm just gonna say string will be resource path plus root bone plus end bone. Dot. Oh, wait. Yeah, just do MD5. That's MD5 is really fast. So I do that, and then. Although MD5 is how many? Wait, what's the maximum value of it? Hang on. How many bits? Is it 64? Isn't it 64? Oh, this is 128. Okay. So unique ID should be then hex hex slice what? Can I do this? Can I do No, it doesn't understand that. Substring from 0. I want to get it's 32 hex, which is 128. So I would want to get okay, and let me not trust that. 128 divided by 4. Divided by 4. Yeah, 32. Give me 16 of them, and then I would do hex to int. From position from with a length of 0 with that. Okay. And then I'm going to make sure that it is ORed with wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. Yep. All right, cool. So that can be generated, and it will save, and it will be visible. We'll be able to see it, but I won't be able to change it. And then I need to wrap it up there. Okay, so this chain ID, I need to do chain ID. I would just do node, chain node map, get chain unique ID. Validate bone chain would now check to see that I'll just write it all out, and then yeah, this is where I'm wrapping it up. So Maybe it can try to generate it if it ever... Every time it has a negative... Yeah, this would just be way smarter. Anytime I can't even do that, actually. Because then generate pushes an error. Never mind. I don't know where I would do that. Does this just... That honestly just kind of sucks. It doesn't really work. Because the default is to attempt to load it, and if nothing is there, then it's going to complain about every single chain. Which I don't know, maybe that's fine to complain about. Okay. I've written quite a bit. I'm going to send it, even though I know there's technically syntax errors right now. Bone list 30. Is that even used? I think it's technically not. I don't know. Minecraft? Minecraft's a good game. I think it's managed poorly. Is that everything? But wait, what was this? Crawler layout? Yeah, I'm not setting that one yet. Okay, so I'm adding, wait, what are these diffs? Godot, character crawler, normal. What's in here? Oh, just some floating point rounding crap. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna add everything from, okay, not everything from physical skeleton. I still want to send breakable joint yet. Everything starting with physical. I think I'm adding crawler character and crawler leg. Yeah. And then I guess I'll add these things. Not two. Okay, technically in English what I said worked, but in my mind I said the number 2. I definitely said the number 2 when I said let me add these two. Although it could be interpreted as TOO, which would work. Which does work. And if I never said anything, then no one would have known that I said the wrong 2. I feel like there was a joke at some point where it was like someone would say the wrong form of 2, and another character would call them out on it, and then the first character would say, how would you know which form of 2 I was saying? That's exactly what I just did. Okay. A game I never played? You haven't played Minecraft? You could get 1 million views on YouTube playing Minecraft and say it's your first time. Will I ever... On Twitch? No. Also, it's like, I don't think I would have a choice. If it were to happen, it would be against my will. Am I getting sanitized? To Dan's questions. What do you mean? Huh? I censored myself? Is that what you're saying? Or did you mean to say desensitized? Yeah, that. You just shake your head and not answer. Yeah. You can't... Okay. So it takes effort to not do it. If I do nothing, it will happen. I'm done streaming today though. I gotta, that's all I need to eat. Like, you have to control it. You have to. Your body is literally like physically wired to do it for you. You don't have to think about how it's done. It just will happen. Your body knows what to do. If I don't, why shouldn't it will come out? Yes. Yes. Why are you saying that? If you have to put in more effort to make it happen than to not make it happen, then you might have issues. Will you if Microsoft offer you $6 million on a private VOD? What? I don't need to do that for any amount of money. Your intestines should obey you. They do if you tell them. But it's kind of like I don't know. What's like The only example I could think of is like children in a classroom. If there's not an adult in there who will stop children from just leaving the classroom, they will leave. They'll just go. They will just leave. So that's my analogy. That's like the reason why if you're having a dream and for some reason in your dream you're going to go to the bathroom, you wake yourself, your body wakes you up because it needs you to be conscious to do it. I mean, it wants you to be conscious. It doesn't need you to be conscious, but that's why you might wake up. You're like, "Oh crap." Right? I mean, that's more like probably like a backup plan for the fact that your body will just do that without you present. So there's like a second mechanism in there that's like trying to wake you up just before it might happen, so that you can actively stop it from happening. The pee part is hard while dreaming. Okay, well, that's it for today. What a weird conversation. What a weird topic. No. I'm not. I don't think I'm doing it for any reason. I might not even do it if someone's life was on the line. I might still say no. Dog? Thank you, Dan. Why are you answering this? I'm saying I wouldn't. He's asking me for like a hypothetical that's I think is really easy for me to respond to. Okay. That's it. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Did I push? Yes. Alright. Thanks for watching. Goodbye. Fun play. I answered your question. Okay, bye.